Welcome to the 2026 NCHSAA Basketball Championships presented by Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers. A day of destiny in the 1A Women's Basketball Championship. It's a rematch of sorts. 3 months ago, Wilson Prep defeated Robbinsville on a last-second field goal to win the 1A state football title. Today, the Tigers and Black Knights take the spotlight again, and for the first time, it'll be for a women's basketball title. Hello once again, everybody, and welcome to Winston-Salem on the campus of Wake Forest University. Patrick Kiedis and Jay Sohnhalter. And Jay, we have two more teams that have never played for women's title. Here they are. This is their moment.
Yeah, this is their opportunity. Boy, these teams have had great years, Patrick. Both teams do it in different ways. They play with different pace, but this game is kind of a collision with the outstanding seasons they've had to make it here to Wake Forest.
All right, let's take a look at our key players. Players to count on, brought to you by Riddle & Riddle. When justice counts, Jay, who do you like?
Well, there's some really good ones in this game, starting with Wilson Prep. Paris Best had 18 points, 5 assists in their regional final victory. She's a two-time all-conference performer. She's only a sophomore, so as a freshman all-conference here, another great year as a sophomore. She's the point guard and she's the leader. Over on the other side for Robbinsville, Abby Ware, 17 points in her regional final victory. She's a shooter from the outside. She can create, and she'll play make for her team, whether it's her scoring or getting her teammates involved, but she does it all for Robbinsville.
All right, now the keys to the game, the Ingles food for thought. Low prices, love the saving. Where does this game turn, Jay?
Wilson Prep is at their best when they're getting downhill and attacking the glass. They want to continue that here today, and then protecting the basketball is going to be important. For Robbinsville, attacking the boards, crash the glass, of being physical, and in handling the pressure, the defensive effort from Wilson Prep will be important to maintain their composure.
All right, Wilson Prep, the 2 seed out of the East, 25-3. The Robbinsville Black Knights, the number 9 seed out of the West. They play for the 1A Women's Basketball Championship. Tip-off from Winston-Salem is next.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
And our coverage of the 2026 North Carolina High School Athletic Association Basketball State Championships presented by Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers continues. We're in downtown Winston-Salem, North Carolina. This is the 1A Women's Basketball Championships. Mike Ward has brought the Tigers of Wilson Prep here for the first time. 25-3, 12-0 as they rolled through the Eastern Carolina Conference. And when I say rolling, they're rolling. Their average margin of victory in their last 22 games, Jay, 46 points. And here they are playing for a title. They rolled right past the top seed, Falls Lake Academy, 60-42 a few days ago. Meanwhile, for the Robbinsville Black Knights, the 9 seed out of the West. As a matter of fact, they finished under 500 in conference play at 6-7, but they're 17-11. They're under first-year head coach, 23-year-old Brooklyn Lester, and the Black Knights have had to beat the 1 seed, the 4 seed, and Andrews, a team that beat them 3 different times in the regular season and the conference tournament. But here they are after a 15-point win over the 6-seeded Andrews and Brooklyn Lester. 23-year-old head coach trying to take the Black Knights to a state title.
And Mike Ward over on the other side, 25-3 record on the year. And we expect this ball game to be outstanding with both teams coming from opposite sides of the state to meet here at Wake Forest.
Tony Hare, our referee. Ashley Wilson, Anthony Ferguson are the umpires. Wilson Prep is in the orange, Robbinsville is in the white. And off we go, Jay, for the 1A Women's Championship. Break it down. What are you expecting to see as the Tigers leave a 3-pointer short 10 seconds in?
This is a Wilson Prep team that likes to play up-tempo, extend their pressure, and then they want to get on you, get off to a quick start, and then here's where their pressure will come. So it's going to be about Robbinsville handling this atmosphere, handling the pressure, and staying composed.
And there are the starters for this contest. Tatum and Atkinson starting lineups, injured in a car wreck. Call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. The starting 5 for the Black Knights. A turnover on their first offensive set, and there's the starting 5 for the Tigers. And this is a well-balanced team. Paris Best, the sophomore, averaging 15 per. Runner across the lane is missed by Caden Brown. But 2 offensive sets and 2 offensive rebounds for the Tigers.
Their size with the Tigers. So for the Robbinsville, the Lady Knights, they've got to box out.
And Brown will launch, miss a 3. Another offensive rebound, this one by Mahalia Thomas. And that runner all glass, tipped high in the air, grabbed by the Tigers, and their first foul of the contest. It'll be a long day for the Black Knights if they don't start securing the glass. The foul charged against Zaylee Chickalilly, number 10. Tatum and Atkinson free throw line, injured in a car wreck. Called the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. First free throw is booked.
Grimmage down on the low block can really control things, and with a 2 big lineup from Mike Ward, this is a group that is tall, they're athletic, and throughout the year they've been dominant on the glass.
And a pair for Grimmage, averaging 12 a contest. 6' 5" sophomore. Pressure coming and broken by the Black Knights. Deflected pass, a steal at the free throw line. Grimmage the takeaway, looking down the floor. Toms will grab and give the Tigers the first 6 of the game.
They're playing up-tempo, using their athleticism to get out on the run.
Here's the pressure again, leads to a 2-on-1. Bounce pass caught a knee. Still loose on the deck, picked up, and now an outlet. Unguarded down the floor. Mahalia Toms, 2-on-2, takes it in, leaves it short. And the rebound pinballs around into the hands of Murphy. And the Tigers will set it up. Murphy on the baseline. Lost the handle, lost her footing. A little squirts to her teammate. This is Paris Best stepping right. Fires a 3, no. And the rebound right in the hands of Bentley Riggins, number 44 for the Black Knights. Nearly 2 minutes have gone by. Robbinsville trying to settle in. Phillips. Where? In and out. And that is off. Looked like it was off of the foot of Grimmage, but it's out of bounds off of Robbinsville.
And here as Robbinsville comes through to get this turnover, and there's the ball going out.
They caught a couple of different shoes on the way out.
Close there, but Wilson Prep regaining possession. But they have been able to drive, going against this man-to-man defense. That's where they've had opportunities.
6-0 lead. Here's Paris Best, the dump down pass, too low and too much pace and out of bounds. A turnover by Wilson Prep.
She's only a sophomore. 18 points in the regional final victory over Falls Lake Academy. Great season, still a couple more years in the program.
Lily on the baseline, bounces to the opposite block, and it's knocked out. Last touched again by Robbinsville. Having a difficult time kind of handling the pace and the speed of the Tigers' defense, and then settling in the half court. Brooklyn Lester.
Yeah, already 4 turnovers, Patrick, so they've got to clean that up and maintain possession, handle this pressure better.
4 turnovers, only 1 shot at the rim so far. 6-0 to Wilson Prep. Toms into the corner, Paris Best. Up fake by Murphy, drives in, long step and banks it home. It's 8-0 Wilson Prep.
Murphy there, seeing she had a crease and just taking it all the way. She averages over 10 points per game on the season.
Chick-fil-A drive, stuffed, kept alive, and now it's a breakaway for the Tigers. Mahalia Toms had it blocked out of bounds from behind. Excellent effort by Zaylin Phillips to recover about 30 feet to prevent a wide open layup, and a timeout is taken quickly by Robbinsville. 3 minutes and 10 seconds have gone by. 4 turnovers and only 1 shot attempt so far by the Black Knights, and they're down by 8.
A good timeout from Brooklyn Lester to bring her team over, kind of get everybody to settle in here. And you can see she's giving instructions, talking on the offensive end, how to move the ball, protect it. And then again, the team's off to an 8-0 start here. Everybody, hey, let's regain composure. We can come back, but this is what we've got to do. Let's just settle in.
And if she looks young, she is. She was playing high school basketball 5 years ago. 23 years of age, was playing at Surrey Central in Dobson, North Carolina, only about a half hour away. There's a great backstory behind Brooklyn Lester we'll get to a little bit later in the broadcast. They're trying to exhort her team and get them plugged in. This is Best. No with a 3. Rebound to the Black Knights.
Good job boxing out, being physical.
And now some numbers. Abby Ware. Contact, double team. Knocked to her knees. Rolls a pass through the legs to Phillips. And now they scramble. Chick-fil-A. Banked in a 3. And that might settle in the Black Knights.
That first 3-pointer to go in, and now you start to settle in and feel a bit more of a groove here on the offensive end.
Paramount Auto 3-pointer. Visit ParamountAuto.com. First Paramount Auto 3 of the game. 4 minutes have gone by. 8-3. Tip pass still got through. Toms left it short. Rebound to Ware. And Ware wants to attack one-on-one. Driving in on Murphy. Lays it in. 5 quick ones by Robbinsville. And they're right back in the heart of this opening quarter.
Well, timeout looks like it worked. You get over to the sideline, regroup, and now Robbinsville comes back out looking much better on offense.
8-5 Wilson Prep, 3 left of the key, off the heel, rebound, back tap toward midcourt. Best tries to save and saved it right to Robbinsville. Now to 1-on-2-on-1. Chick-fil-A, the find for Ware. 7 in a row from Robbinsville. It's 8-7. And the Black Knights in a flourish within 1.
Well, really good job there. You see a 7-0 scoring run using the fast break with that 2-on-1, quick passes to get an easy look.
And this Wilson Prep team is not used to having teams put runs like this at them. A missed shot in the paint. Rebound to Phillips. And don't look now, but Robbinsville, after they gave it the first 8 of the game, could take the lead. Around a screen, Ware to the baseline. The leaner from Phillips blocked from behind. And here come the Tigers. Best out ahead of the pack, has the angle and lays it in with the left.
She is a really good player. The awareness as they regain the ball there, she sprinted up the court.
There's a look down to the block. Nice look to the inside. Bentley Riggins with the delivery for the Chick-fil-A pass. 10-9 Wilson Prep.
Riggins kept the ball high so it wouldn't be blocked. Didn't allow the defender time to recover and come over.
Now Robbinsville show zone. Turnaround foul line jumper is buried. Kate Brown with her first points. All 5 starters have scored for Wilson Prep. 12-9 Tigers. Below 2 minutes for the first quarter. Being chased. Ware gets it away. Pass Came precariously through the lane, back to the sideline. This is Ciccolilli, short. Shot blocked on the second try. Ware gets it back, nowhere to go. And off a wing jumper, high arcing shot is all air from Phillips. That is blocked. And all the shots are being challenged very well by the Tigers defense. And that's knocked out of bounds, and it will belong to Wilson Prep. Minute 31 for the opening quarter. Frenetic end-to-end action for the 1A Women's Championship. The early lead to Wilson Prep, 12-9 over Robbinsville. Back to Winston-Salem, the 1A Women's Championship game. Here's a look at some of our fans at the contest today on our Original Grills fan cam. Elevate your grill game. They could elevate their game, couldn't they?
Out of school today.
Mid-afternoon on Wednesday, March 11th. And there is Brooklyn Lester, 23-year-old, first-year head coach. And the timeout, very timely. After the first 8 were scored by Wilson Prep, she settled her team down, got a banked in 3, couple of stops, some transition buckets. They're trailing by 3.
Well, these coaches do such a good job knowing the pulse of their team and when to pull them to the side and when to slow down the momentum. That was an important timeout she called. It really changed course here in the first quarter for her team.
This jumper, Knights basketball. Where a bounce pass to the short corner. That is off the side of the rim from Zachlin Ciccolilli. Follow won't go. And the Tigers come out of there with it. A little more than a minute remaining in the opening quarter. Murphy goes over the top. Wide open 3. Side of the rim by Caden Brown. And the Black Knights doing a much better job on the glass.
They are boxing out. They're being physical and really making sure as soon as that shot is up, they find a body to box out.
Ciccolilli to the elbow and Ware. Locates a wide open Phillips for the tie. Jalen Phillips knocks down the 3. It's 12 all.
And only a sophomore. That is her strength. She was just waiting for that ball to return to her on the perimeter, and her feet were set. She was ready to go.
Paramount Auto three-pointer. Visit ParamountAuto.com. Right back into the 2-3 are the Black Knights. Final 15 seconds. Boy, what a moral victory this would be for Robbinsville if they can get out of this first quarter in a draw. 8 seconds left. Paris Best. Harassed a bit by Phillips. He'll drive. A wild shot long. Loose ball. Best has it with under a second. It won't count. Side of the rim anyway. And a terrific recovery by the Robbinsville Black Knights. They gave up the first 8 of the game, and they end the first 8 minutes dead even. Done with a quarter from Wake Forest for the 1A title game. Wilson Prep 12, Robbinsville 12. Let's take a look at our first quarter stats brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Jay, what do you see?
Well, for both teams, it was a tale of two first quarters. The Lady Knights coming back strong.
12-12, second quarter begins. Robbinsville with the basketball in the white uniforms, and Wilson Prep in the orange. First 8 scored by Wilson Prep. Robbinsville can take its first lead here. Unable to do so, and the rebound ripped away, but a tie-up called. Brimage had her hands on it, but then Zaylin Phillips got in to connect her. Arrow belongs to Wilson Prep.
Well, we talked at the beginning of the broadcast about the importance of rebounding for Robbinsville. Well, early on, that was Wilson Prep winning, but now it's even at 10-10 to this point.
There we see the ready-to-roll garage door points to paint. 6'4" edge for Robbinsville. Paul Raleigh's garage door opener experts today. Best one-hands a pass to Murphy. Off the wing. She'll return back to Best and flip it off. This is a long 3 that is rimming off. And Wilson Prep has missed his first 9 threes of the title game.
Nice box out from Bentley Riggins, number 44, getting the board.
By the way, Jay, in the first 9 minutes of this title game, 1 foul. Live action. Near takeaway midcourt. Diving for it. Great work by Malaya Thomas. Leads to the steal. Wilson Prep, though, blows the layup. And Ware the rebound for the Black Knights. And they want to run if they can.
And the referee's allowing the teams to play. And as a player, you have to recognize how the game is being called and adjust accordingly.
Boy, they really are allowing a lot of contact. Even right there, a little shoulder shiver by Chloe Murphy. It's knocked into the backcourt. The Tigers are on it, angling hard to the hole, and that is missed, but a whistle is blown. And free throws for the 3rd time today here in this first half.
Well, Paris Best on the drive comes up limping a little bit. We'll see if she can shake this off.
So Paris Best will head the free throw line. Brought to you by See-Through Construction. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. So far, just 5 of 19 from the floor are the Tigers. First free throw is missed. And one more coming for Best, who scored 18 in the regional final. She's their top 3-point shooter this year, but so far 0 for 2 today. It's 1 and 2. 3 points for Best. NCHSAA Stansel is on the floor. Number 15 for the Tigers. And Best will check out. He might get checked out at the end of the bench by the athletic training staff. She will. 13-12, Wilson Prep. Chickalilly stepped on a foot, kept her balance. And now we get a reach-in foul going against Brimage. First foul on Brimage. Tony Hare, our referee. This is his 2nd state title game. The other one was 23 years ago at Reynolds Coliseum between Thomasville and the Quermans. On the baseline, side of the rim, battle for the rebound, diving on it, Chickalilly. And this will be another foul on Wilson Prep.
Is that on Brimage?
Yeah, it's 2 on Brimage in the span of about 9 seconds. Brimage, the 2nd leading scorer for Mike Ward's Tigers.
She's only a sophomore, and with her size now as she heads over to the bench, that is a huge blow. Because on defense, she is a presence in that paint area.
Riggins runs down the basketball on the sideline. Quickly they reverse it. Deflected to Ware, and there's the first lead for the Black Knights. They trail 8-0. A couple minutes in, it's 14-13. And now Ware comes down the floor hobbling, and a 3-pointer is knocked down by Paris Best. They had missed their first 9 until that one. Paramount Kia of Asheville 3-pointer. Visit ParamountAuto.com. Ware is clearly favoring an ankle. She's about to be subbed out in the next dead ball. Diving down the line, deflected pass, a steal by Best. And Best keeps the ball alive, and up the floor she comes with a 2-point lead. Looks into the corner, wide open 3 off the heel, and a late whistle. And I believe there was a foul on the shot attempt. It's going to be 3 free throws coming for Chloe Murphy. Second foul on Phillips.
It's on the closeout. Wilson Prep here. The drive from Best. they're going to say it was actually on the box out. It looked like maybe, I'm not sure, it was after the shot.
First free throw missed at the See-Through Construction free throw line. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. Pair of free throws missed by Murphy, but there's one more coming.
Please welcome to the floor for the Black Knights, number 15.
And as the sub comes on the floor, a reminder to you, stay tuned for the Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. We'll have a special interview with the Commissioner, Q Tucker. First half highlights and more. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com. 1 of 3 for the freshman Murphy. And it's a 3-point lead for the Tigers, 17-14. Ware is on the bench, and she is now being attended to by the Robbinsville athletic trainer. We got a foul out on the perimeter that gets the hands on the head of Mike Ward. Chloe Murphy called for the foul. Again, most everything has been allowed to be played through in this game. Now we're beginning to see some softer fouls draw whistles. I think that's the reaction of exasperation from Mike Ward. And we've seen a lot of heavier contact like that that's been allowed to play through.
Kind of changing the calls here in the second quarter is a strong drive from Chicolele.
That's a blocking foul on Thomas. 17-14 is the score. Talking about Brooklyn Lester, first-year head coach for Robbinsville. She's actually scheduled to get married in 66 days. She's only 23. She was actually a coach down in Georgia up until the summer months. Got engaged to her fiance Peyton, who is in the stands in the first couple of rows behind the bench for Robbinsville today. He's from Robbinsville, so in the Robbinsville, there was a position that opened up for an elementary school PE teacher and the assistant coach for the Black Knights. It was interesting. It gets her back in the area where her fiance Peyton grew up. She came up to the interview, sat in with the head coach, the AD, and the superintendent. The then head coach made an announcement to the superintendent that he was leaving the program and leaving coaching. The superintendent, the AD, left the room, came back in and said, "Hey, Brooklyn, would you like the head coaching job?" She took it, although there's more to the story. 17-15 the lead for Wilson Prep. And we're tied. A little running soft bank shot by Chicolele.
Brooklyn Lester is going to be pleased with their team's composure and nice offensive set.
17-all, 4:20 for the first half. Off of bounds, Toms looks over the zone defense. Best. Murphy from deep, way off. On the deck to save is Stancil, but right into the hands of Robbinsville. Trying to weave out of there is Elena Wolf. The freshman got tricked in the backcourt. All right, so the postscript of that story is Brooklyn Lester took the job, but she was still under contract with the high school in Georgia, who declined to let her out. They suspended her, referred her to the Board of Ethics of Georgia, and Brooklyn Lester then resigned and then officially took the job, and all of a sudden she was the head coach of a varsity program 4.5 years after she graduated from high school. And now at the end of her first year, Jay, she has her team playing for a state title.
It all worked out, didn't it?
One more free throw coming from the See-Through Construction free throw line. See-Through Construction, our contractor of choice on the OBX.
It's been a busy year for her, but it's amazing how everything kind of falls into place and what she's been able to do here with her team to make it to the state title.
And they are back in front by one. One additional postscript to that, so the season began. They played Andrews 3 times, lost 3 times before they beat them in the regional final. After the first game against Andrews, one of the players quit in that game in the middle of the game. 2 other Robbinsville players quit after that game as they were dealing with the coaching change and maybe an argument about who should be playing more minutes. And they played Andrews a second time, got beat, but they didn't get on the court for 6 days because of snow. And they played a tight game a couple of weeks ago. Then they beat Andrews in the regional final last week. So there is the Amtrak version of the Robbinsville Black Knights last 12 months or so. And Riggins was not even looking for that pass from Chicolele. Unforced error. Wilson Prep gets it to Brown. And Brown called for a walk. 3:16 to go first half. Timeout in Winston-Salem. Wilson Prep has been winning games by almost 50 for the last 2 months. Tight one for the 1A women's title. Wilson Prep 19, Robbinsville 18. Now, coming up toward the end of this 1A Women's Championship game, Jay and I will check out the Akeem Anastapolo Law Firm play of the game. Injured? Don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800, all sevens. We will also have the Riddle and Riddle player of the game, brought to you by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers. Riddle and Riddle, when justice counts. Wilson Prep 19, Robbinsville 18. 3 minutes and 16 seconds remain. First half from Winston-Salem. This is the 1A women's title game. It'll be Black Knights basketball. Again, over the course of this year, they finished 8th in their conference, the Smoky Mountain 1 and 2A Combo League. 17 and 11 overall. Wilson Prep, meanwhile, just steamrolled just about every competitor they've seen since the first 2 weeks of the year. Driving attempt. Free throws on the way for Leah Wolf, the freshman for the Black Knights.
The Black Knights, Patrick, they're handling the pressure better. I mean, this is a Wilson Prep team that just creates turnovers seemingly from everybody throughout the year. I mean, that's been their foundations, their defensive pressure. But now, Robbinsville finding ways to break through and create opportunities driving to the hoop.
I mean, to me, they're breaking the pressure, but it still is uncomfortable breaking pressure.
It doesn't look smooth,
yes,
but they're still kind of finding ways. And after that initial spurt where Wilson Prep came out 8-0, they've just gotten back in this game, showing fight.
Couple of free throws, 3 points off the bench for the freshman, Aaliyah Wolf. 20-19, and Robbinsville knows is back on top. Now, Wilson Prep, a tremendously gifted offensive team, but just 1 of 12 from three-point territory. Half of their shots in this game have been from behind the three-point line. Hard runner off glass, banked home. Hayden Brown. Tigers up 1.
Brown going to the mid-range game with Grimmage still out.
And Murphy picked the pocket of the other freshman, scoops it up, missed it. Best the rebound, handles it, and locates a teammate off of the elbow. And there is Marika Artis, her first points.
Wilson Prep starting to get into a groove, shooting the basketball, 2 for 2 on those possessions.
And the points can come in waves for the Tigers. The entire east half of the state can attest to that. Some contact. Ware, good to see her back on the floor after a slight ankle turn. Misses the shot. Backing up Chickalilly. 3 off of the back iron. There's Ware for the rebound and sticks it home.
Staying with it. The offensive glass. Robbinsville just not giving up, getting in position and battling for that board.
There's a lot of size being given up by the Black Knights, but they have as many offensive rebounds as Wilson Prep does. And a majority of Wilson Prep's whole boards came in the first couple of minutes. Best misses another 3, and the Black Knights up the floor. So critical for the Black Knights' success to have Ware healthy and on the floor. Handles the dribble somewhat, got it away. The driving layup missed by Chickalilly, but on the other side there's Bentley Riggins. And Robbinsville seesaws back on top.
It doesn't matter how it looks. It's just how effective can you be. They break through the pressure. It's kind of coming at them strong, and is make a pass, miss shot, but they stay with it.
And extending that top of the 2-3 a little bit. There's another three-pointer miss, this time by Murphy. Second chance, no. And now the Black Knights can extend to their biggest lead of the championship. Again, barely handling the pressure with the dribble, but they do break it nevertheless. Chickalilly on the baseline. Reversal, no. And Riggins lost the handle. Squirts to Murphy. 2-on-2, but she has the angle. Through the lane, and Murphy gets the roll.
Well, that is a high degree of difficulty shot that Murphy just completed there. Now we get a timeout, but that is her on the run. That's when they're at their best.
This is interesting. That's 2 timeouts used by Robbinsville already in this first half. The first came when it was 8-love Wilson Prep. This time it is Brooke and Lester calling and drawing up the play for the final 38 seconds here. A reminder, stay tuned. Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report is on the way. We'll sit down with Q Tucker, the commissioner of the NCHSAA. First half highlights and more. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com. Well, it's going to Mike Ward's huddle for Wilson Prep. They're 25-3. They won 24 games in a row, and Jay, they started the year 1-3. And the teams that beat them, Bishop McGuinness, one of the 2A Western Regional Finals. Rocky Mount, one of the 5A Western Finals. And Hoggard will see them in the 8A championship game later on tonight. So that's the quality of competition that Mike Ward's Tigers have faced this year. After that, I mean, they haven't been in the same galaxy as a loss after that third and final loss earlier back in November to Hoggard.
He front-loaded the schedule to make it as hard as possible that first month of the season, and his team has turned it on from that point.
I mean, as a matter of fact, since then, since those 3 losses, they've only had 1 single-digit victory. That was against Goldsboro, what seems like months ago. They won by 7. Out of the corner, 3 on the way. Front rim no from Chickalilly. And the rebound to Brimage, who's back on the floor with 2 fouls. 15 seconds to play in the half. To the right wing, that 3 is missed by Best. Rebound weak side comes to the Tigers. Best gets it back, floats off one leg, scores. It's a blocking foul on Riggins. And Paris Best, who has just been fighting and fighting to find her shooting touch, gets one to go in the last 9 seconds of the first half.
She's the top scorer 2 times all-conference player, and here she gets the call. See the emotion, strong play. You get close to halftime.
3-point play, and now a 4-point lead for Wilson Prep. And the Black Knights nearly turning it over. Now they may not get a quality shot. They might just try to avoid turning it over before the end of the half. Best, a takeaway on the baseline. Overshoots the rim. It would have counted. And that is the end of the opening half. And Wilson Prep is in a battle. They scored the first 8. Looked like they were going to run the Black Knights out of this title game. But Robbinsville, gritty, took a thin lead, and they take a 4-point deficit to the break. 1A Women's Championship game, 28-24, Wilson Prep.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning in to the state championship high school basketball games. Joining us is our longstanding partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now let's talk about that longstanding and robust partnership between Ingalls and high school championship athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. You know, we're in 6 states, and so we have Friday Night Lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have a shop at our Ingalls, so it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, Championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they enter this week as already a champion. And now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great. Or we were runner-up, but it was great. And I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
(28-24) Wilson Prep on top of Robbinsville in the 1A Women's NCHSAA Basketball Championship. Patrick Keenis, Jay Sohnhalter here. Jay, let's get into some first half highlights. First 8 points of the game went the way of the Tigers. It looked like it was going to be a one-way affair, but things changed.
They came out and they were on fire. They were comfortable, and their defense led to offense. And it looked like they were just going to carry this ball game all the way through in the first half. They came out shooting well, everybody getting involved. That 8-0 stretch, it really put Robbinsville on their heels, but they found a way to come back. They just stayed with it. Their Abby Ware coming through with two, getting out after that timeout midway through that first quarter. They really looked like they started getting into rhythm, got more comfortable, and started to play their brand of basketball.
Yeah, Ware led the way for the Black Knights with 8 points. Paris Best finally knocked down a couple of late shots in the first half with 9 as we take a look at our first half stats. Sponsored by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery or opioids.
Both teams shooting okay, but you look at the rebounds and turnovers. Robbinsville, shockingly, the smaller team, up +6 on the boards, but the turnovers. That's why Wilson Prep's ahead right now, 11-2. Robbinsville has to protect the basketball, for Wilson Prep has done a really nice job.
And the points in the paint presented by Ready to Roll Garage Doors. If you're ready to roll, call Raleigh's Garage Door experts today, 14-14, the points in the paint. 4-point spread for the 1A Women's Championship. Second half from Winston-Salem, next. Ready for the third quarter. Wilson Prep in this 1A title game, leading Robbinsville 28-24. Patrick Kiedis, Jay Sonhalter back with you from Winston-Salem. And Jay, we go back to the first half stats. It seems like this game could go one of two ways. If Wilson Prep is suddenly able to knock down perimeter shots over the zone, they're going to have the inside track to win it. They were 1 of 15 from threes. But then if Robbinsville cleans up the turnover, they're -9 in the turnover margin, yet they're done by 4 points. If that can be fixed by Brooklyn Lester's Black Knights, then they may have the inside track. We'll see which one wins out.
Well, and I think both coaches during the halftime break had an opportunity to say that exact message. Hey, for Robbinsville, if we protect the ball, we're going to win this game. And over on the other side, Mike Ward, hey, we just knock down shots that we do all throughout the year. Just make your shots. We're going to win big. So I think both coaches could use that as a positive message here coming out of the break.
All right, third quarter underway. Robbinsville in the white uniforms, Wilson Prep in the orange and black. And there's turnover number 12. A high pass through the hands of Chickalilly. 9 seconds in, first turnover of the second half for Robbinsville. So here come the Tigers down the floor. They're facing that 2-3 zone again. Toms for three, front rim, offensive rebound by Brimage. Couple of power dribbles, goes right at three defenders. And my Angel Brimage with her second field goal of the game.
Well, with her starting off here in the second half. Now, she had 2 fouls in the first half, so she had to sit out primarily end of the first quarter and most of the second quarter. With her size at 6'5" being on the sideline, that was a huge opening for Robbinsville, but now she shows her presence coming out of that first possession.
Well, was that ever a huge screen set by Riggins earlier in this possession? Here's Ware. And there is Riggins with the offensive rebound. Touch on the baseline. Off the bottom of the glass was Phillips. And now out ahead of everybody is Chloe Murphy. And Murphy misses the uncontested layup. It's out of bounds, and it will stay with the Tigers.
Chickalilly just clapped right near her ear to try to distract her, and it looked like it worked. Just off balance, not able to connect.
Here's a look at that layup.
See, there's the clap.
That's right. No contact. major distraction. Out of the corner, Thomas misses a three, and Chick-fil-A the rebound. They're now 1 of 17 from three-point range in this game.
They just haven't found the touch. And they're a good shooting team. It's just today it hasn't clicked yet.
There's Ware dribbling through traffic. They oscillated around the perimeter. Chick-fil-A from the sideline does not get the bounce. And her sister with the rebound and a tie-up. And it will go the other way to Wilson Prep.
Wilson Prep, though, not boxing out. They have a size advantage, and even though they're going to regain possession, they've got to be more physical when the ball is shot.
Minute and a half gone by in the third quarter. 30-24, the Wilson Prep Tigers have the lead. Best through some traffic, misses. Brimage tries to control the rebound. She does and fights her way straight up and scores again. It's a different looking Tigers inside presence when she's on the floor.
Great point, because this is a different team with her height and her ability to score then affect the game on the defensive end.
Very close to picking up her third foul right there. Hesitation, Chick-fil-A throws back underneath, blocked straight down, picked up by Toms. It's a 3-on-0, but chasing is Phillips, and Phillips interferes with it and causes the turnover. That is great effort by the sophomore Zaylin Phillips, number 12.
Hustling back is so important, not giving up on the play, and Phillips sprinting all the way back. Not only does she give the ball back to her team, but she held off without getting a foul call. Look at her, she is about 5 yards behind, and she just gets back into the thick of things to cause the disruption.
And meanwhile, at the other end, getting the ball up the floor, Robbinsville turns it over again. A pass into the sideline near midcourt. 14 turnovers now by the Black Knights. There just is not a pathway to a comeback if that number continues to rise for Robbinsville. Bounce pass through a couple of hands, picked off, taken away, and now here's Wolf up the floor, one-on-one against Murphy, and she draws the foul. I'll tell you, Aaliyah Wolf coming off the bench has been a splendid addition to the floor, handling the ball, being a disruptor defensively, and pushing the pace here.
She's done a little bit of everything and comes out here one-on-one. She just attacks, goes downhill, and knows at the very least she's going to get to the free throw line.
Second foul charge against Chloe Murphy. And at the free throw line, 1st to 2, no good, long and left from Zaylin Phillips. One more coming from the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. If you are injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. 32-24. Robbinsville has yet to score in this third quarter. There's their first.
Well, kind of similar to the beginning of this game. Wilson Prep coming out strong. Robbinsville slow start. Now we'll see if they can regroup here to cut into the lead. Showing a zone defense.
32-25, pass again to the opposite block. Here's Best, ducks around a defender, misses the short jumper, and Abby Ware the rebound for the Black Knights. A look ahead, here's Wolf, that freshman again, gets the spin off of that left-handed layup in transition. A good look ahead, right in the floor, freshman rewarded. 3 straight by the Black Knights.
Got 6 points now.
They let that one go, they do not let that one go. Grimmage will head to the free throw line. Black Knights on the inside try to sell an offensive foul. Whistle did not come, and that left Brimage wide open. That contact not enough, and some contact after. 34-27 Wilson Prep. 8 rebounds, 6 points for Brimage. And now to the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. Well, the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson, if you're injured in a car wreck, that won't count. Even I saw that as a violation, Jay. At best is berating herself for that mistake.
It's too anxious.
Is this a violation, Jay?
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, that one's
There's
hard.
nothing wrong with that.
That one's hard not to call.
34-27. Black Knights down 7. Wolf enters the Riggins, pivots, nothing there. And Wolf too long. There's Ware with the rebound, backs into the corner.
No box out though.
Best went for the steal and missed it. Wolf now drills away from more harassment. Stepping into Chick-fil-A, hits a three. Zaylee Chick-fil-A, second of the game. That's a badly needed three for Robbinsville.
So similar to the beginning of this ball game. Wilson Prep shoots out. Now Robbinsville getting their footing, coming back here.
Grimmage triangulated. Out front it comes. Murphy, short. Grimmage, the offensive rebound, and another putback. And by Angel Grimmage is beginning to exert her authority on this one for Wilson Prep.
She's 6'5" with a good touch and a feel for the game, and she had to sit over on that sideline for half of the first half. So you know that she's coming out here with a sense of urgency.
And she bats away that interior pass. Up ahead, Paris Best driving in, missed it. Offensive rebound, that's missed. Another old board, pivoting back. That one is fired home by Brown.
That's a much tougher shot from Brown.
Yeah, sure
The
was.
first two were gimmies, but she found a way to knock that one in.
Wilson Prep, I mean, they have the ability to run and hide in this one. This is a real dangerous moment for the Black Knights. Can they issue a reply? Ware gets fouled on the perimeter. 3:18 for the third timeout in Winston-Salem. Wilson Prep has given up the lead just for a brief moment a couple of times in this one. And they're back up on top of Robbinsville, this time by 8. 38-30 Tigers. Well, folks, here's a look at some of our fans today for the 1A Women's Championship game on our Original Grills fan cam. Elevate your grill game. Robbinsville fans in the black and white. Wilson Prep fans mostly in orange. A few Appalachian State fans sprinkled in. And Wilson Prep, you just kind of get the sense that they're close to tapping the gas and getting a decent lead here on Robbinsville. It's Black Knight basketball out of the timeout with 3:18 for the third. And they just have, the Black Knights have not been pristine handling the basketball here in this third quarter.
And I would play through Grimmage if I'm Wilson Prep. Give her the ball on every possession. They're here on defense. Just continue to pressure and try to continue to create these turnovers.
And another turnover.
15.
4 already in the first 5 minutes of this third quarter. The lead has never reached double digits. This matches the biggest lead. Wilson Prep scored the first 8 of the game before the Black Knights rallied. 38-30. Paris Best on the deck, takes a screen, crosses it over, kicks out to Brown, short with a three. Ware tracks down the rebound, now with an angle on Brown, and Brown got it. That will send the Black Knights to the free throw line. I mean, that's right there. 3 goes in, you're down 11. Now all of a sudden you have a chance at the free throw line to get back to within 6.
It's a long rebound and a good job from Ware recognizing, hey, Grimmage isn't patrolling the middle here. I'm going to take it all the way when you've got numbers and an opportunity to try to get to the line.
Abby Ware at the free throw line. Off the heel. Your reminder coming up. Stay tuned for the play of the game, sponsored by Akeem Anastapulo, the law firm. Injured, don't scream. Call Akeem. Dial 800, all 7s. One more for Ware. Takes 1 of 2. 9 points for Ware. That leads the Black Knights, 38-31, Wilson Prep. Here's Best darting through, some contact, a wild one out of bounds. Robbinsville basketball.
They're still trying to figure out how to attack the zone. And right there, you just got to find a way to move the ball around, and that's really playing into the zone defense, just kind of creating a wedge there where there's nowhere to go.
Robbinsville basketball, here's Ware as the defender falls. Bounce pass down low, that layup is missed. Phillips, the stick back won't. And now taking it away, Jacqueline Chickalilly got in there, forced the tie up, and it will stay with the Black Knights.
And the rebounding is what's given Robbinsville an opportunity to stay in this game. I mean, they're just getting extra possessions.
Best intercepts the inbounds pass, angles, bumps, misses another layup, and the Black Knights have it. That's 3 or 4 we've seen Wilson Prep miss in this third quarter. That was hammered out of bounds, blocked from behind by Nigel Brimage.
And the pace picking up. Here's the pass, and Brimage timing it perfectly to send it out of bounds.
Best almost went for another steal. She's becoming very active out on the perimeter. Phillips kills it, almost stepping the sideline, and does. A bounce pass goes off of the leg of Chloe Murphy. Murphy stepped right in that passing lane and had an easy steal if she could have controlled it. Again, Robbinsville just very loose on some passes and in the half-court set. 17 turnovers for Robbinsville versus only 5 for the Tigers.
And that's not going to win you this game. Nope. But if you clean that up here to close it out, that's going to give you an opportunity, but you cannot continue at this pace.
Here's Murphy attacking Chickalilly as we're the foul. So a couple of free throws for Chloe Murphy. Again, for Mike Ward, I mean, this team's been at the point where you feel like you make one more shot, you can start to feel pretty comfortable here, but they're just not getting it done as the free throw is missed. One more coming from Murphy. And a reminder, stay tuned for the Riddle and Riddle player of the game. Toward the end of the contest, Jay and I will select Riddle and Riddle when justice counts. One more for Chloe Murphy. Misses them both. A takeaway though, steal by Best, she misses. Rips it away, looking for an angle, and then throws it right to her coach. And he fakes a three-pointer off the sideline. Right now, the way that the Tigers are shooting threes, his three-pointer and his polo and loafers and Dockers is probably their best opportunity to make one today.
He had a good-looking setup there.
I mean, I'd put money on that shot. On the floor, they missed 17 out of 18 so far.
Coach, I've got confidence in you.
We really do. 1:07 to play. Third quarter. 38-31. Contact, no foul. Loose ball right back to Robbinsville. There's Abby Ware.
She's limping again here, coming up, playing through pain, but what a job from Ware, staying with it, getting that board.
Yeah, she's still flexing that left leg, left ankle, something she was dealing with in the first half. Free throw is forthcoming for Wilson Prep. 47 seconds left, third quarter. Phillips collects her third foul. Paris Best, the sophomore, to the line. Makes the first of 2. 39-33. One more from the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. Injured in a car wreck. Call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. Again, another 1 out of 2 for Best from the line. 42 seconds ago, another turnover by Robbinsville, but then given right back by Wilson Prep. Murphy's pass from inside midcourt sailed over the end line. 39-33. I'm honestly, Jay, I'm stunned it's only a 6-point game right now.
You just get the feel that this should be double digits.
There's another live ball turnover and a whistle. 32 seconds left for the third quarter.
And you look at the field goals there, the discrepancy in shots.
Yep.
Right now, Wilson Prep 13 more field goal attempts, and that's because the Lady Knights have turned the ball over so much. They're just not giving themselves opportunities to shoot the ball at the same level of Wilson Prep.
Here's Chloe Murphy, drives, slipped, lost it. 21 seconds for the third quarter. Black Knights have it. Can they handle the pressure this time? They're on the chase. Murphy took a swipe at it and forces another turnover. That's great effort by Chloe Murphy, sprinting from behind, just tipped the ball away with a fingertip, and the Black Knights give it up again.
Chloe Murphy not giving up, just continuing to hustle back to make a play.
Jay, that's 8 turnovers in this third quarter for the Black Knights. Final 7 seconds. Final 5. Murphy got away with a walk. The one-legged jumper. Good, but wave it off. The official on the baseline saw the travel. It was not called by the official out front. Might have been shielded off. 2 seconds left, third quarter. 39-33, Wilson Prep. Dangerous pass. Oh, Best went for another steal. Goodness gracious. Wilson Prep. Seems like they're turning over Robbinsville on every possession. Somehow, some way, it's just a 6-point game, though. We'll head to the fourth quarter for the 1A Women's Championship. Wilson Prep 39, Robbinsville 33. All right, there's a look at our stats through 3 quarters, presented by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery or opioids. The turnovers for Robinson, the 3-point dismal shooting for Wilson Prep. Still 24 minutes in, nothing settled.
Yeah, those are the 2 factors. Then you look at points in the paint, and Wilson Prep Brimage primarily there, +6. They go back to the turnovers, and that's been the huge factor in this ballgame.
Final 8 minutes for a 1A Women's Championship. Wilson Prep basketball leading by 6, 39-33. Quick jumper, all air. And see before it goes out of bounds, and here come the Black Knights. The first thing, if I'm Brooklyn Lester, can I get the ball over the timeline without giving it back to the team in orange? That has been their biggest culprit. Abby Ware, nowhere to go. Chased by Brown. Chickalilly into the corner, Phillips. Where the Tigers defense really making the Black Knights work hard. That is partially blocked by Brimage, takes it away, jump ball, and it will stay with the Black Knights. Black Knight basketball. Am I the only one who noticed that?
No, I saw it as well. Okay. I think it was just you and I.
Wilson Prep inbounding to begin the fourth quarter. 39-33. They play to the middle of the zone and turn it over. That's the 21st now by Robbinsville. Down the floor, Best cuts across the lane, attacks, drew the foul.
And Wilson Prep Patrick's going to look here to stretch out the lead going to the free throw line. But if you're Robbinsville, you can't wait for the comeback. It's got to happen now because you're here in the fourth quarter. You'd imagine Wilson Prep is going to start to go a little bit slower, take their time, and shorten this game.
First free throw missed by Best. 6 of 14 from the line. 1 of 18 from 3. And again, another miss. And this is a Wilson Prep team that has been demolishing the competition, scoring 80, 90 points a game most of their regular season games. They're having their worst shooting game of the year, but again, give a lot of credit to the Black Knights 2-3-D. Stepping in, wing jumper, that is short, no good. And the rebound to the Black Knights, Chickalilly. Up ahead, Ware, 39-33. A bounce pass down low. Riggins can't finish, but she got hits. And Riggins to the free throw line for Robbinsville.
Is that 3 on Brimage?
It is.
Wilson Prep foul charge to 22 by Angel Brimage.
Brimage collects her third.
We're driving up there, forced Brimage to come out, contest. That's what allowed the pass off to Riggins.
And we get a timeout. 6:42 to play. Fourth quarter. 39-33 in favor of Wilson Prep. But we're going to keep it here. There's a look at the Robbinsville huddle. And if we can get a shot here, our referee, Tony Hare, who's running down to the baseline on the Wilson Prep side, there he is right there, Tony Hare. In his 29th year as an official, this is his second state championship game. The other one was 23 years ago. He came over to us at the end of the third quarter and said, hey, this might be a little fun nugget for you to mention, but my daughter is in labor right now, about to deliver my first grandchild. So I asked him, I said, is she watching the game? He said no, but she's in Cape Fear Hospital in Fayetteville in labor right now, and here is Tony officiating this game. His thoughts are certainly with his daughter and with his grandchild-to-be, and that's likely going to be where he goes in a matter of about 45 minutes. So congratulations to him. Best wishes to his daughter and the grandchild. And he might be saying, hey, can we get this game moving a little bit faster here? I don't want to miss it.
How about the memories for him? This is a great day. State championship, then go meet your grandchild.
So thank you for sharing that story. 6:42, long minutes and seconds remaining in this fourth quarter for Tony Hare. First free throw is missed by Riggins. I mean, you can understand if Tony Hare's not calling any fouls the rest of the way, right?
Yeah.
Running clock, anybody?
Yeah. Quick fourth quarter. I got an important place to go.
Riggins misses a pair. 39-33, Tigers leading. Best skips to Murphy. Baseline drive. Murphy is an attacker. Can't finish, and Best picks up another offensive rebound. Meanwhile, Chloe Murphy down to take a shot. Slow to get up, and
She hit her head.
Yeah, Tony Hare has stopped the action.
Yeah, as she shot that ball, then fell to the ground, it looked like she hit one of the legs of her teammate.
Yep, good
there.
call.
Yep.
Caught Best left knee. Exactly right. Good eye, Jay.
And if I'm Wilson Prep here, again, you still have 6 minutes, 28 seconds left, but I am pulling the ball out, spreading the floor, and using some clock. There is no reason to rush. Force the defense to come out and play you. They're sitting in a 2-3 zone. Just hold on to the ball.
6:20 for the fourth. 6-point lead for the Tigers.
You have a cushion. No reason to go.
Murphy looks. It's a tough pass to make to the wing by Murphy. Got to Brimage. 3 defenders are on her. Nearly traveled. Lost the handle. It's taken away by Robbinsville. And that's not at all what I think Mike Ward was looking to see on that offensive set. And that's a kick ball by Murphy.
And that's exactly what Robbinsville wants to do, is when the ball gets to Brimage, just collapse down on her. 3 players on her, they get the turnover, and that's how they come back in this game, is getting turnovers.
Well, first off, the entry pass is at the wrong angle there. You're leading Brimage away from the block. It was a tough ball for her to even handle. Here's a 3 straight on. Buckets! Zaylee Chickalilly, her third 3 of the game. It's a 1-possession game. in the fourth quarter for the 1A championship.
Robbinsville now 3 for 8 from beyond the three-point line, where Wilson Prep 1 for 18 on the day.
Brown in traffic, a foul.
Good take from Brown. Getting to the line, cutting through the zone defense.
Third foul on Riggins.
He's got 6 points, 5 rebounds in this game, but that was an important take as Robbinsville, one possession game. You have to have an answer if you're Wilson Prep, and she saw an opportunity to get to the mid-range.
And finally, a free throw is made if you're a Tiger fan. One more coming from the See-Through Construction free throw line. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. Makes a pair. Wilson Prep is now 7 out of 16 from the foul line. I mean, they're not shooting well from anywhere. But what are they doing well? Forcing turnovers. The defense has been terrific. 3 defenders in the backcourt here trying to force another one. Scrambling, the Black Knights break it. Now they have some numbers. Here's Phillips. Rims it off for 3. Offensive rebound. Cork's going around and Brimage just took it away. Outlets it to Toms. She's wide alone to the hole and makes a layup a lot more difficult than it probably needed to be, but Tom scores 43-36. And we get a timeout called by Brooklyn Lester. Tell you what, that timeout saved another turnover. She's on the other side of the floor from the action, and the ball is being batted away just as the whistle was blown. And she needs to get the Black Knights in sync quickly. 5:07 for the fourth, 7-point deficit facing Robbinsville.
And you almost get the feel for Robbinsville. Of course, protect the basketball, but you're going to continue to have to make a couple three-pointers to come back. You're down 7. You've had success from the three-point line. So I think the message here is, hey, let's spread the floor, protect the ball, pick and roll, but let's drive, attack, kick the ball out. But you've got to hit your shots on the other side for Wilson Prep. Mike Ward saying, hey, play good defense. Let's continue to create turnovers, contest every shot. And here, Brooklyn Lester. The team's only down by 7. You have plenty of time, but you cannot allow any more lead to be had here by the Tigers. You've got to keep it at 7 and start to chip away.
Black Knights had 11 turnovers at halftime. They've already committed 10 in the second half, and we have 5 minutes left in the fourth. They have got to wax and shine their offensive sets, and there's another one. Simply stepping on the sideline, Chick-a-Lily, tightly played by Murphy. I mean, this just cannot continue if the Black Knights are going to have any kind of hope to come back. Under 5 minutes to play in regulation.
Plus 12 for the Tigers.
And Murphy's going to force the defense to expand. They stretch it out. She'll drive, and a foul going on Robbinsville.
And now it's switched to a man-to-man, and that is not the strength for Robbinsville right now. They're playing well in the zone, packing it in on Brimage, but now having to spread the floor out and guard, it's going to create driving lanes, and that's where the Tigers excel.
Yeah, with their quickness and ball handling ability. We'll see if they stick into it. They are out of the out-of-bounds play. Runner off glass, yes! For Chloe Murphy, the freshman. Huge bucket, draws the foul, and gets the lead up to 9.
Big moment in this game. Murphy, that high pass, recognizing she can take it going downhill. The defense doesn't collapse over. She gets to the line for the N1.
And a three-point play for the freshman. She has 10. Going for the steal. Best dislodges the ball, does take it away. Baseline drive and throws it home. And it's the biggest lead of the championship. Just like that for Wilson Prep. They're up 12. Blocked down by Brimage. Taken down by Stansel. And Wilson Prep on the gas pedal. Stepping up Murphy. Nobody addressing her. She'll drive it and miss it. Brimage got fouled.
And I know they're getting to the free throw line, but Mike Ward over on the sideline was telling them to pull the ball back out and try to use some clock.
throw line goes Brimage. See-through construction free throw line. First of 2, all net. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. 13-point lead, 49-36. It's a 10-3 run to begin this fourth quarter by Wilson Prep. Second one rolls off, rebounded by Riggins. Meanwhile, Abby Ware just picked up her 4th foul. Here's a 3 off the wing, in and out. Weak side rebound, Best is on it. And the Tigers can feel it now. Contact, layup, good, no foul. Bucket, good once again. Paris Best, 15-point lead. Quickly Phillips to the inside. Fired off glass, no good by Riggins. Run down by Phillips. Out of the corner, short. Offensive rebound, that's a little short. Battled through the air, one more shot for Robbinsville, and that one does rattle in from Phillips. That is going to keep Robbinsville barely in this one.
They needed that one, but still a steep mountain here to come back down 13, and now Wilson Prep clearing things out and spreading the floor.
Out near midcourt, here's Murphy. Gets right around Ware with 4 fouls. The pull-up in the lane, no. And the rebound last touched by Wilson Prep. 3:07 for the fourth. We'll take immediate timeout. Wilson Prep on the doorstep of the 1A Women's Championship. 13-point lead, 3:07 to play. Well, the Wilson Prep Tiger fans beginning to dance in their seats here with a 13-point lead, a little more than 3 minutes left. They have never played for a state championship, nor has Robbinsville. It has not been a Sistine Chapel type game in this championship, Jay, but Wilson Prep has now found a way. They made a couple of shots, and that defensive pressure, forcing turnover after turnover, has been relentless.
Well, and for Wilson Prep, they've had huge blowout victories throughout the year. They've faced good competition, a couple losses. But whatever it takes, that's all that matters. Is this hasn't been a clean ball game, but as long as they win, they're not going to care. And they protected the ball.
I mean, their defense makes your offense, any offense, look sporadic and ugly.
It speeds you up.
Yep. Bucket by Wolf, 11-point game, 2:48 left. Murphy, who's been terrific, the freshman.
No reason to even shoot. Just pull the ball out.
Creates some space, attacks from the top, leaves the layup short, and a whistle will go the other way to Robbinsville.
And I know you've got a huge cushion, but again, if you shoot and miss, you're just giving the ball back to Robbinsville with an opportunity, even though it's going to be tough for them to come back. They've got a shot if they have the ball.
Stansel has picked up her second foul. She checks out. Caden Brown back in. 2.5 to go. Breaking the pressure to the rim. And Brimage got her hand on another one, and that's her 4th foul. Fans thought it was clean. Might have gotten her with the lower body. Stops the clock. Phillips at the line with 2:29 left.
Brimage, 11 points, 14 rebounds. Been a factor in this game, playing with foul trouble throughout.
So Phillips hit the line, her first free throws of the championship. One more coming. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. One more from the see-through construction free throw line for Zaylin Phillips. Robbinsville sophomore makes the both. 9-point game, timeout, Mike Ward and Wilson Prep. For 2:29 left. Wilson Prep will throw in length of the floor. Take us into both huddles, Jay.
For Wilson Prep, it's all about protecting the ball now, which you've done better than Robbinsville throughout the ball game. But again, keep talking about it. Use the clock. No reason to go fast here. Take your time. There's an open crease. Okay, attack. If not, your best friend is 2:29. So just waste time here, and you're going to win this ball game. But you can't turn it over. For Robbinsville, Brooklyn Lester is telling her team, hey, we've got a chance. I believe, but this is what we've got to do, and it starts on defense. You've got to create turnovers here, and you're going to have to execute on the offensive end, but it starts on defense. You've got to find a way to get the ball back to your offense, trap, and you may have to foul here soon, but I would still try to go for turnovers here initially and prove that Wilson Prep can hold on to the ball.
Full court man-to-man, a long touchdown pass gets to the timeline, and Best attacking Ware with 4 fouls, and they're going to turn it over. Wolf with the steal, loose ball, taken right back by the Tigers, and Best gets fouled. Well, Brooklyn Lester got what she needed. A dangerous hierarchy pass, forced the tempo, hastened things up, had the turnover. Could have been a foul there on Brimage. If so, that would have been number 5, but that was let go on the baseline.
And it worked out for Wilson Prep getting the line. But again, that is not ideal playing fast.
One more coming for Best. Best again makes 1 and 2. Brimage runs down the offensive rebound and then gave it right up to Abby Ware. 2:13 in the fourth quarter, 52-42. A takeaway to the inside by Wolf, and a reach-in foul on Wilson Prep. Boy, Leah Wolf could not possibly be playing any harder than she is.
She's shown a lot as a freshman.
10-point game. Quick jumper off the baseline. Yes. Who is it? Wolf. She's in double figures, 10 points. Best leans into contact and drives home the layup. Back to 10. 54-44. Wilson Prep leading. Phillips to Ware. Misses from the foul line. And Wilson Prep has offensive players down the floor. Brimage looks for one of them. He gets threaded through, and there is the bucket by Towns. The lead is 12. We're under 80 seconds for regulation. And a timeout called by Robbinsville. 1:19 remaining. Robbinsville down by 12. Again, the number 9 seed coming out of the West. A brand new head coach. 3 players quit in the span of a single game earlier in the regular season. The youngsters have learned the new system, learned the new coach, and to the 1A championship game. Meanwhile, Wilson Prep has just been annihilating teams left and right all year long, and they won it primarily on defense, shooting, pressure. Today, they haven't shot well at all from the three-point line or from the foul line. Defense is going to win this championship for the Tigers.
And you're exactly right. I mean, not everything will click. And, of course, you want to shoot the ball well in the state championship. It hasn't been there today, but their defense has stood up in a big way. That's been the factor in this ball game, is the ability to create turnovers and making it stressful. Even when Robbinsville has been able to score, it hasn't come easy.
And the other impressive part about it is this long three is hiked. It's off the heel. Best chases down the rebound and stepped on the sideline. Sometimes when you're not shooting well, you don't want to play defense. You don't have the effort. You lose your spark. That has not been the case with the Tigers. Almost writ large, the entire team has not shot well. But we've seen the hustle, we've seen the steals, we've seen the energy on the defensive end.
They play so hard and they care. And here's another turnover, just not giving up.
Toms took it right away from Ware, and then running the floor, saving the ball is Phillips. Wilson Prep fights it back. Best is now going to run away from the defender, and Ware has just fouled out of her final high school game. And credit to Abby Ware. She was one of the players who Brooklyn Lester was saying had to buy in to Brooklyn becoming the brand new head coach. Everybody did, but when you make that transition that late after a coach has been around for a while, it takes the upperclassmen to set the example. And Abby Ware did just that this year with Brooklyn Lester. They've only known each other for a handful of months. And a quality embrace right there. One more free throw coming. And it is imminent for the Tigers. 20 points now for Best. And Best on just a 7 of 20 shooting game has still been a critical linchpin for the Tigers in this one. 58-44. Last 40 seconds of the 1A championship. Underneath, and there's Brimage, one more block. That's 5 in the game for my Angel Brimage, the sophomore.
11 points, 16 rebounds, plus 5 blocks. And her presence has affected many other shots.
What a line. That's deflected on the sideline. Back in the hand, Chickalilly.
She's only a sophomore,
Yeah.
and she's going to have an opportunity to play at a high level in a couple years once she gets to college.
26 seconds left. 58-44, Wilson Prep. Best one more time, a U-turn. And the clock winding down. The Tiger fans to their feet, waving the orange towels. The last 10 seconds, Mike Ward applauding on the sideline. And the first ever appearance in a state title game after knocking off the top seed in the regional final. The Wilson Prep Tigers are 1A women's basketball champions for the first time ever. Forcing 24 turnovers on a day when they made only 1 of 18 three-point field goals. Defense wins championships for Wilson Prep. And they end the year with their 25th straight win. And it is a state title victory in Winston-Salem. Post-game celebration and a visit with Mike Ward, the head coach of the Tigers, is next. The 1A women's basketball champions have just been crowned. The Tigers from Wilson Prep, a 58-44 win over Robbinsville. Jay is now with the head coach of the Tigers, Mike Ward.
Coach, your defense was amazing today. All those turnovers your team created. What made you so good on that end of the court?
That's what we live by all year long. We live by the defense. Our defense is what creates our offense, and we stuck with it all year long, all year long.
And your team has blown out so many other squads throughout the year, but this was a close ball game. Your team was challenged. What really came through? What did you see in the fourth quarter?
Well, we've seen it before. We played the early schedule, and we've seen it before with the Goldsboros and the Rocky Mounts and the Bishop McGinnis. We've seen it before. So we can close out ugly games because we've seen it before.
You had great fan support here. This is an awesome atmosphere. What does it bring to bring home the state championship to the Wilson Prep community?
It's awesome. It's awesome. Listen, I want to give kudos to we're the opponent over there, but to bring it back to Wilson, North Carolina, after 26 years, it's awesome to be a Wilsonian right now.
Coach, congratulations. You're a state champ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
What a year it has been for Wilson Prep, right? About 3 months ago, they win the state football championship on a last-second field goal in Chapel Hill. And now they take down Robbinsville again, this time for the women's basketball championship. 58-44, the final. Congratulations to Mike Ward and the Wilson Prep Tigers. Well, we got a couple of things to get to. Let's get to our Akeem Anastapoulo Law Firm play of the game, and here it is. It was the defense that forced 24 turnovers today, and there is Paris Best on the bucket on the baseline, tightrope, and after the turnover, our play of the game. Injured? Don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800 all sevens. And what a game Best had in this title game. 21 points, 8 rebounds, and we'll get to our Riddle and Riddle player of the game, and there she is, Jay. Our Riddle and Riddle player of the game is Paris Best. When justice counts.
Yeah, she was a star, only a sophomore, and she came through in a big way. And all these buckets, all the defensive plays were affected in a huge way. And just with her size and what she can do, she's impressive now, but just think about how she's going to be able to take her game to the next level here the next few years.
Yeah, so by Angel Brimage, our player of the game. Best, a huge game. Brimage, 11 points, 16 rebounds, couple of assists, and 5 blocked shots, made all 4 of her field goals. So congratulations to Brimage, to Best, and the entire Wilson Prep squad. And as you're putting the headphones back on, like, what a last 3 months, 4 months it's been for Wilson Prep, right? Twice they've gone to a state title game against Robbinsville. Twice they've taken down the Black Knights. Football on a last-second kick, and here today, they were the better team. They had a tough shooting day. It's a tough, scrappy Robbinsville team, but we saw so much athleticism, so much talent and will by the Tigers.
Well, I think it says a lot about Mike Ward, what he was able to do when they didn't shoot the ball well, but they dominated in other ways, and they can beat you with their offense, with their defense. They're a complete team, and when one isn't clicking, can you still find a way to win? And they did that today. I'll tell you, we talked about their defense and how good it was, but that is also effort. There's skill there. You have Brimage blocking shots, but that is just a want-to on that end of the court, and they play at such a high level. They make it very difficult on the opponent's offense to even get going, let alone shoot a ball.
And, we mentioned the fact that the Tigers have been rolling right over teams, putting up 75, 85, 95 points in games regularly over the course of the year. This is the best team in the West coming out of the bracket, Robbinsville. They just forced the best team in the West to commit 24 turnovers and made them look very unsecure and very kind of awkward on the basketball floor. Think of what Wilson Prep was able to do over the course of the year against teams not nearly as skilled and good as Robbinsville. I mean, they're forcing 30, 35 turnovers a game just because of that effort you mentioned.
And they play with such a speed where they can really turn up their opponents to make them play off-kilter, disorganized. But then on offense, this wasn't their game. But when they are at their best, they're creating turnovers, getting out on the run and executing. And they can just blow teams out with their speed and the pace that they play with.
All right, and Jay, before we wrap things up, let's talk a little bit about the Robbinsville Black Knights before we go, because this is a year unlike a lot of years that I've ever come across as far as a coaching change, personnel change, players leaving the team, and the team coming together with this kind of magical run. How hard is that to achieve for a new staff, players departing, players sticking around, and in the same 5-month span they play for a state title?
Well, it's extremely difficult. In fact, it could be a situation where there's so much change that it goes sideways. And for this team, not only did it go all the way to the top, you could tell how they bonded, how they played together, the chemistry, and very impressed with, as Mike Ward gets his medal and his trophy. What a moment for him. But very impressed with both the coaches in this game, and over for Robbinsville, Brooklyn Lester, what she was able to do in year one, 23 years old, bringing her team to the state championship.
And there is the championship trophy that's coming to Wilson, North Carolina. It is a proud day for all the Wilsonians, as Mike Ward mentioned. And what did he say, Jay, to you? We know how to win ugly or play ugly or turn games ugly.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what we saw here today with Mike Ward's squad. And again, they know how to win that way. And today they did it all the way to a state title. Let's get to our final stats, brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Centers. Relief without surgery or opioids. And here are the numbers, Jay. 1 of 18 from 3, 24 turnovers for Robbinsville. Those numbers didn't change from halftime.
Yeah.
They just got worse.
They just kind of stay in the same path there. I'll tell you what, though, the turnovers, all the other stats matter, of course, but the turnover, no matter if it's basketball, football, any sport, that's the one that really matters. Wilson Prep protected the ball at only 11. They forced their opponent into a big number. That's why they're the state champion.
All right, so it is a final of 58-44, and let's see the points in the paint. 30 for Wilson Prep, 20 for Robbinsville. And Ready to Roll garage door points in the paint, brought to you by Ready to Roll, Raleigh's garage door experts. So give them a buzz today. 58-44, now the individual awards after the team trophies handed out. The most outstanding player for the Knights, Abby Ware, in her final campaign. 2 seniors, 2 starting seniors graduating, 3 on this entire Robbinsville team. There's a look at Brooklyn Lester, 23-year-old head coach who just became the head coach back in the summertime. What an extraordinary job that she and the Black Knights did over the course of this one. The most outstanding player for the Tigers, Paris Best. 21 points, 8 boards, 6 steals for Best.
And now fans, one
now the MVP announcement,
is the KL Most Valuable Player,
which looks like it will match our player of the game selection, because I'm expecting number 22, Angel Brimage, to be announced.
Courtesy of Morgan & Morgan for this 1A Women's Championship contest is from Wilson Prep Academy, and it's number 22,
And there's her MVP, Angel Brimage. 4 of 4 from the field, 16 rebounds, 6 on the offensive side, 11 points, 2 assists, 5 blocked shots, and a couple of steals as well. Wilson Prep won a women's championship in their first ever endeavor in the state championship game. Congrats to Mike Ward and the Tigers. Final score, Wilson Prep 58, Robbinsville 44. Well, we'd all like to take a minute to thank the great sponsors that make these broadcasts possible. Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts Heating and Cooling, Tatum and Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, Hakeem Anastapulo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills, and Ingles Markets. Through all these sponsored partners, their contributions make these championships possible for all of you at home. For our entire crew, for Jay Sonholder, don't go anywhere. The 8A championships are on the way, but not until Mike Ward brings the trophy home to Wilson. Wilson Prep over Robbinsville, 58-44 for the 1A championship. So long from Winston-Salem. Welcome to the 2026 NCHSAA Basketball Championships presented by Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers. From the smallest schools to the biggest, the state championship dance floor has been cleared for the 8A men's state title game. West Charlotte, the 2 seed out of the West. Hogger, the top seed out of the East. They have survived and advanced to Winston-Salem, and they play for the 2026 8A state title game. Hi once again, everybody, and welcome. Patrick Keenis, Jay Sohnhalter, and Jay for West Charlotte, one of the more decorated high school programs in the state, 6-time state champion for Hoggard. It's been 1970, 4 generations since they played for a title. They lost by 1 that year. They're back.
Well, this is a great atmosphere for both teams to make it to the state championship. And for Hoggard, they beat their rival Laney in the regional final, and the West Charlotte got here with a big victory over West Forsyth. So both teams have had special years. They've been tested in the playoffs, but now it's going to come down to, I think in this ball game, Patrick, which defense can really stand up.
All right, let's get to our players to count on, presented by Riddle & Riddle, when justice counts, Jay.
Well, starting with Hoggard, Will Seward, the senior, has been excellent all throughout the year. Clip under 17 points per game. He had 20 points against Laney, and he's a versatile weapon on offense. He can score inside. He can shoot it from the outside. 6'6". He causes problems with his length on the offensive end. Over on the other side for West Charlotte, Kahari Coleman, one of the top sophomores in the country, has offers from Alabama, LSU, NC State, UNC, other schools monitoring him. He's one of the best, and he can really attack the glass. That's his strength, is his quickness, but he can step out from NBA range and shoot it from the outside. He had 25 points against West Forsyth. He is a force on offense, and on defense, he does the job as well.
All right, now the keys to the game. Ingles, food for thought, low prices, love to save it.
The Vikings have to take good shots in this ball game. They're going against a talented defense. They've got to be smart with the ball, and they've got to slow down Coleman on the defensive end, get the ball out of his hands. For West Charlotte, get to the hoop. They're at their best when they're going downhill, attacking and driving into the lane. And on defense, they want to turn the pressure up, get turnovers, and turn this ball game into a track meet.
All right, buckle up. 8A men's state title game. West Charlotte and Hoggard tip-off from Winston-Salem coming up next.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
And the big schools under the microscope for the 1A state championship. It's a beautiful shot. Winston-Salem right back in the background there. 80 degrees plus in the Triangle Triad and across North Carolina for this mid-March 8A championship. Patrick Keenis, Jay Sohnhalter, West Charlotte 22-6. Number 2 seed out of the West, an overtime thriller and a 74-70 win over West Forsyth to get here. Meanwhile, Hoggard, first title appearance in 4 generations since 1970. Top seed out of the East. They knocked off Laney in the regional final by 18 points. And Brett Queen, who has been here for 24 years as the head coach for the Vikings, has brought back Hoggard to a spot. I mean, they are basketball crazy in the Wilmington area, and now a chance to get their first title. They lost by 1 point in 1970, been a long time coming. Meanwhile, Jacoby Davis, 10th year, hired in May of 2016, longtime assistant for the West Charlotte program. This team has won 6 titles. The last one came 4 years ago. They're back again.
His team has gone through a difficult schedule to get here to Wake Forest, and they've always found a way. In the West Forsyth game, margin was 4 points, but they finished the job over at Lenoir Rhine to get here to Wake Forest. And he's got a talented group, some young players here have an opportunity to make it back in the next couple of years. But this is a group that's had a special year and going against a really good team in Hoggard from the East.
West Charlotte, half of their losses this year came to one team, North Mecklenburg. They lost to Oak Hill Academy early in the year, but this is a battle-tested West Charlotte Lions squad. Our 3 officials. The referee is Quinn Morris. The umpires are Jonathan Rumley and Royce Barrett. On the campus at Wake Forest University, the final 32 minutes to an 8A state title, and off we go, and off go the Lions quickly as Presley is blocked at the rim, and West Charlotte now settles into their first half-court set. Kahari Coleman, watch him, number 24, off the mark with his first shot. Porter Morgan skies for the lineup for Hoggard. As we take a look at the Hoggard starting 5, brought to you by Tatum and Atkinson. Injured in a car wreck, called the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. Will Seward, 17-point average this year. He's number 21. They go opposite. Porter Morgan kills at the top. Tight man-to-man. Deep 3 off the left wing. Front rim, no. Off the fingertips of Hunter McGrath. And the starting 5 for the Lions. Again, brought to you by Tatum and Atkinson. Ball loose underneath. Grabbed by Hoggard. And here come the Vikings at 23-6. Won the Carolina Coast 6, 7, and 8A conference with only 1 loss in league play. Seward, the 6'6 senior. This is Lucas Batchelor. Now it's a Morgan. Off the sideline, Markell Murphy's first offensive touch. Stops, pivots, skips it. It gets through to Seward, and they're on the board. Will Seward with the first championship points for the Hoggard Vikings in 56 years.
And that's a great possession for Hoggard. Staying patient, moving the ball in the perimeter, moving without the ball, and then you find an open Seward, and he is so dangerous at 6'6". He's got the ability to step out and hit that 3-point shot.
Paramount Auto 3-pointer. Visit ParamountAuto.com. Lions on threaded pass, got through, and the layup was missed. Regained though by Womack. A drive off the wing, and boy, that's a fluid finish by Presley.
AC Presley, so talented as a junior. He's already got college scholarship offers coming in, and he's got that first step quickness to create a shot at the rim.
Seward towering over Coleman. These are top prospects on the perimeter. They will switch on screens, the Lions. Off the right side, one for Hunter McGrath. Couple of early threes for Hoggard.
Strong 1-2 punch with McGrath and Seward shooting the ball from the outside.
Seward cleans up the miss. McGrath down the floor, throws to the block, some contact. They play through. Batchelor couldn't finish. And now Batchelor deflects the pass, returns it to his teammate to the rim. Layup no by McGrath, but he's fouled. Head on swivel to begin this one on both ends.
Lucas Batchelor, as he was running back on defense, keeps his eyes up. Quick reaction, not only to get the turnover, but to find McGrath. And he goes up strong to the hoop.
Foul charge against Ja'Kai McManus, Wade and West Charlotte. So McGrath to the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. Rims the first one home. Injured in a car wreck. Called the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. Brett Queen, 24 years. This is all he's ever wanted to do. He's the head coach of the Hoggard Vikings. He's been the head coach since 2002. And this is their first title appearance under his guidance. 8-2 lead for the Vikings. McManus Wade, whistle off of the ball. This will be a foul on Markel Murphy of Hoggard. 3 seniors in the starting 5 for the Vikings. And the Lions will throw in with Womack. 3 sophomores in the starting 5 for the Lions. Womack, Cross, and Coleman. Presley, scooping, no good. Rebound Morgan. Down the floor looking for McGrath. Hits him in stride. Beautiful pass. Layup by Hunter McGrath. And he has 7 of the 10 points from Hoggard in this opening quarter.
Started on the defensive end for Hoggard. That's what created the fast break opportunity with a nice pass up.
Well, McManus Wade has got a lot of poundage on the defender on the inside, but Bachelor holding his ground well. That's off of the foot of the Lion. And that bench for the Vikings are alive like they realize they're playing in their first title game in over 5.5 decades.
Against Laney in the regional final, Hoggard did not get off to a good start. It was a slow first quarter. They turned it on in the second, but this is the opposite here today. They're doing everything they want on offense, then their defense is creating problems for the Lions.
That shot from in close is missed. Rebound McManus Wade. Quickly up ahead, Presley attacking with that left hand. Flips it off, no. Seward the rebound. And the big post with guard skills brings it up a couple of dribbles. Here's McGrath powering through. 10-2 Vikings. McGrath tightly played. Morgan looking inside. Flings it to the wing, Murphy. Quick start by a Hoggard. Couple of threes. Patient approach. McGrath attacking, slithering past 2 defenders and scores. They waited over 55 years to play on this court, and they are coming out on fire. The Hoggard Vikings with a timeout taken by West Charlotte, up 10 on the Lions, 12-2. Hey fans, we'll take a look at some of our fans at tonight's game on our Original Grills Fan Cam. Elevate your grill game. The West Charlotte Lions bringing the cheer team, the dance team. They brought their band in attendance. Hoggard, meanwhile, brought most of Wilmington, North Carolina, because it's not only this game, they have next. The women from Hoggard are playing for the 8A Women's Championship right after this one. What a night it could be in Wilmington. Lions basketball, they're one of their first 8 from the floor. Down by 10. Coleman around a screen, hooks one to a dive in McManus Wade, and he'll head to the free throw line. Nice 2-man game up top.
A perfect job from McManus Wade rolling after that pick. Coleman, such a good passer. As he turns, McManus Wade just looks up, the ball is there. I like how they went towards the hoop, bringing that defender over. Coleman knew exactly where he was going with the ball.
Foul on Aiden Locklear. That one rolls off, no good for McManus Wade. One more from the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. The engine at car wreck. All the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. Kobe Davis witnessing a slow start, relatively speaking, for his Lions. But this is a team that can put up big numbers in a flash. 2 missed free throws, though, by McManus Wade. 12-2 Vikings. Trying to pour it on early. Locklear. And now Durant on the floor as well, number 2 for the Vikings, showing their depth. Locklear dumps it inside. Pass really was not on target. Tipped out by Major Cross. It will stay with Hoggard.
Major Cross fronting Seward down in the post and playing good defense there, getting in position to knock the ball loose.
3:13 for the quarter. Quick start for Hoggard. They balloon it out front to Locklear. In that regional final, they didn't score a point for the first 6 minutes and 48 seconds against Lady. They have reversed that trend here tonight, and now on 2 more. Porter Morgan, little jump hook with the right. 14-2 Vikings.
And they played last Wednesday, so they've had a week off, and I'm sure that was the message. We got to get off to a good start.
Presley, who has the only points of the game so far for the Lions. This is Cross. Coleman curling. Another terrific looking bounce pass. Blocked away by Seward. Collects on his own. And here comes Seward down to the rim and gets fouled. What a moment for Will Seward. The block, the recovery, the 90-foot drive for the and-one.
Going from defense to offense, he has the block, and then watch Coleman tracking him down. Somehow he was able to finish, take the contact, and now he goes to the line for the and-one.
Play of the game nominee. We might christen that one already. 3-point play, Seward. 17-2. Coleman a hard drive, and he will head to the free throw line. I mean, right now the Lions need a standing 8 count in the ring. They have taken a couple of body blows in the first 5.5 minutes. Foul whistled against Porter Morgan. And they just cannot hit a thing right now. 1 of 9 from the floor, 0 for 3 from the free throw line, Jay.
Well, and Coleman's doing the right thing, attacking, and as the leading scorer, you can just feel there he recognized, hey, I've got to be the aggressor, I've got to create something. And he gets to the line, and they'll start to knock down some of these shots. This is just not ideal for them to begin the ball game on the offensive end. This is, you know, an atmosphere where you're going against a Hoggard team off to a hot start. For West Charlotte, they've got to find a way to regroup, and I think it starts here on defense where they're showing a zone press.
Coleman makes the back end 17-3. Here's a baseline take. Locklear hemmed in. And now they oscillated around the perimeter where they are attacking from all areas on the floor. Seward locates an open Locklear. Yes! 3-pointer presented by Paramount. At ParamountAuto.com. Jump hook in the lane, rolls good from McManus Wade.
A good response from McManus Wade. Hoggard, though, protecting the ball, keeping their spacing, and then just knocking down shots. Staying composed, facing the pressure.
Hoggard is shooting 70% in this first quarter. Poked away, though, by Coleman. Can he track it down? He won't, but it's deflected into the backcourt, and McGrath now throws it away. McGrath was coming toward us, tried to hook a pass all the way cross court at a very tight angle. Turnover Hoggard.
That turnover created from Coleman. At 6'4" and so quick. He knocked the ball loose initially, and then he was the one that was trailing that ball going out of bounds.
1:35 for the first quarter. AC Presley, a hander over his right shoulder at Jacoby Davis. And now we'll see what kind of defense Hoggard slips into here. They're spreading things out with a matchup. Lions trying to figure out where the soft spot is in the zone. To the middle they go. Presley pivots, jump to the corner. Womack, yes.
Sacho Womack, only a sophomore there, just hiding out on the perimeter as the ball was moving around. The closeout didn't come quick enough.
And a block on the inside by McManus. Wade covered up by the lines. Carter Sullivan in the open floor. 50 seconds for the opening quarter. Coleman whips one underneath. Contact won't go. Presley shoots free throws.
Coleman dangerous with his passing ability. If he sees a crease, there's any opportunity to make a pass, he's going to find it. Great look there, getting the ball inside to Presley.
Well, he has some eyes on him, doesn't he?
He does, and he is dangerous driving the ball. So as a defense, you've got to stop him, and that allows double teams to come over most of the time, and that allows clear lanes for him to dish the ball off.
One more from the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. If you are injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. Now the shots are beginning to fall for the Lions. They made a three from Womack. They made 3 straight free throws now, 20-10. They have spotted Hoggard, a 10-point lead. 35 seconds left in the opening quarter. Durand throws to the inside and Locklear, 5 off to the bench. Lions quickly down the floor. Scooping with the left, that won't go from Presley. Nice box out by Batchelor. He got knocked to the deck and he gets fouled. Charged against Sean Johnson. 24 seconds for the first quarter. Hoggard is going at 88-point pace in this game. And they're not pushing a lot of tempo. They're just making a lot of shots.
They're knocking down their shots. Each team only 1 turnover, so it's been a clean ball game. Hoggard handling this pressure. West Charlotte elite on the defensive end, and it hasn't phased the Vikings.
Now we'll see if the Vikings hold for the final shots. Tight man-to-man into the front court is McGrath. Poked away. Sullivan took it away, but some contact. Foul against Carter Sullivan. And the 4th foul on West Charlotte in this opening quarter.
West Charlotte foul.
Sullivan wanting that steal to get the arm of McGrath.
17 seconds for the quarter. Durand hikes it all the way to the backcourt. Sullivan again denying. Pass up the sideline. Gautier driving in McGrath. The floater rims off. No. 6 seconds to go. Womack has it. Outlet Presley down the lane. Bounce the pass off to his teammates' feet. Kahari Coleman. It's an impossible pass to handle. And the turnover with 1.6.
And Presley just unselfish. Probably should have shot that himself from the mid-range.
They get it in. The runner from 80 from Morgan. Caught glass. And that's the end of an inspiring first 8 minutes by the Hoggard Vikings. It has been 56 years since their only state championship appearance, a 1-point loss. Tonight, they're trying to rewrite history. Up 12 after 1. First quarter stats presented by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Relief without surgery or opioids. Great shooting first 8 minutes for Hoggard.
It's been all about the Vikings shot selection and then just knocking down the shots, and everything else is pretty even other than the shots. I mean, early on this ballgame, both teams boxing out, being physical, limiting their turnovers. At Hoggard, the points in the paint, 6-4. Many of those points are Seward driving in to finish out the round.
So ready to begin the second quarter. 12-point lead for the Hoggard Vikings, 22-10. Hoggard in the dark blue uniforms brings it up the floor. Porter Morgan, that's a tough, high degree of difficulty pass looking for Seward. That pass was covered about 20 feet. It was low, and it was a really hard angle. Turnover to the Lions. Now West Charlotte started to look like they were kind of their old selves the last couple of minutes of that opening quarter. There's Coleman. Jump stop, dump down pass, and yes, that'll count. Bucket for Sullivan, and he'll shoot free throw.
Coleman looked like he was going to shoot the mid-range jumper in this pass. Watch Coleman go to work. Rises up, boom, quick down to the baseline, and Sullivan was ready.
Coleman is some type of delivery man on the floor. Free throw in and out from the See-Through Construction free throw line. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. 22-12, Hoggard by 10. Morgan picked up his second foul for the Vikings. He stays on the floor. Seward shaking. Brings it laterally, hand off McGrath, wheeling in. Ball almost got knocked out of his hands. He regained it, but missed the shot. And the Lions have it downtown.
Sullivan on defense, getting his hand in there to knock the ball loose.
Presley throws underneath, fumbled, recovered, the kick out. And now some extra passes for the Lions allows the Vikings to recover.
Good ball movement. Sullivan
looking for contact. Over the top to get his own miss, and Sullivan a nice spark off of the West Charlotte bench. (22-14) Vikings. Here's Morgan with the basketball, 2 fouls against Coleman. Tries to split defenders, lost it, pops free, Lions have it. Coleman, perfect pass up the floor to Womack, off to the rim, and then bang off of the glass by Seward. And that is going to be intentional. So the bucket will count. So goaltending against Hoggard, right there on the deflection.
Womack going up strong, and West Charlotte starting to get into a rhythm. Here on the fast break, quick passes up the floor, and their half-court offense. I like how they're moving the ball around the perimeter. Everybody's getting touches, and then they're making assertive decisions with the ball.
Up by 6. Locklear fakes the dribble, handoff. Popping free, Durant, good. Up fake, left the shot short in the paint, and it's out of bounds, going back to West Charlotte.
Smart head fake from Duran. The shot's just not falling at the clip here coming out in the second quarter that they did in the first for the Vikings.
I mean, you can't shoot 65+% in a state title game for 32 minutes. Now they'll have to pick things up defensively. Foul will go against Murphy. That's going to be his second. So Murphy and Morgan already 2 quick fouls for 2 of the starters for Brett Queen's Vikings.
For both teams, it's important to handle the highs and the lows of the ball game. Try to stay even, because this game is going to go up and down. And it's whichever team can try to stay as consistent as possible is most likely the team that's going to win it. But you've got to be able to handle your emotions on both aspects.
Here's Coleman. He's been a great distributor so far. 2 extra passes. Leaves Sullivan. 3-pointer short. Coleman there for the board. Swatted away. Left-handed tap, no. Another offensive crack. And Seward trying to get involved. Kept it out of the goal, but a foul on the interior for Hoggard. 4 in-close opportunities for the Lions. And Seward now picks up his second foul.
That's huge. As he's going up here, just fighting, battling, gets the arm of McManus Wade. And will he stay in? At least right now, it looks like he is. They've got to have his scoring presence, and also on defense at 6'6". He's their post defender that they really lean on.
And this is a game of tactics, coaching, strategy, and now 3 of the 5 starters for Hoggard have 2 fouls. First free throw made by McManus Wade. One more coming from the see-through construction free throw line. Off the heel, no. A rebound to McGrath. Contractor of choice on the OBX. Whistle. Foul on the Lions.
The call goes against Major Cross, but you'll live with that if you're a West Charlotte fan or player, because that pressure is intense. They're extending it and just making it difficult for Hoggard to get in their offense.
7 straight by the Lions to begin this second quarter. 22-17 Vikings came out blazing from every inch of the front court. Murphy working hard. Soft pass tipped out, and boy, Sullivan was close on that. But again, Major Cross is doing the deed with his defensive pressure.
Yeah, watch number 11. He is hustling, he's switching, and he is the one that's forcing these errant passes.
And Jay, he's the smallest cat on the floor, and he has quickness unrivaled by anybody else out there.
5'6" sophomore, and there he is on McGrath, who had 9 points in the first quarter. His job is slow him down, get the ball out of his hands, but look at him go to work.
Watch this, shifting the feet, getting in the front, staying low. Recovers, got shoved down by his teammate. Here's Murphy. Shot blocked by Coleman, tipped around, and still loose though. Loose on the baseline. Finally grabbed by West Charlotte. McManus Wade down the floor. Coleman fakes a no-look pass, missed the driving layup, slides on his back into the photographer's row, and draws the foul. And that's the 3rd foul on Will Seward. For the Vikings.
Coleman recognizes he had a path. As he's fading away, Seward is going for the block. Just shocked. Number 3 is on him, and he's going to have to go to the sideline.
You just can't leave that call to the officials to swallow. And Seward is out. O'Connor is in. So Nakula O'Connor is in as Coleman makes the first of 2. One more from the see-through construction free throw line. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. Too long, rebound up the paint to Durant. 22-18 Hoggard. They have not scored, the Vikings, here in the second quarter. Over 3 minutes have gone by. Out of the corner, there's their first points of the quarter. Hunter McGrath knocks down the Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer. Visit ParamountAuto.com.
For McGrath, 2 for 3 from beyond the three-point line, starting to get into a groove, and Cross was on him. The defense was there. He was just able to rise over the top and shoot it.
5th foul of this quarter already by Hoggard, so West Charlotte will shoot free throws the rest of the quarter. 4:33 left. Coleman makes the front end. Stay tuned. The Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. Jay will have a special interview with Q Tucker, commissioner of the NCHSAA, highlights, stats, and more. It's all part of the Air Experts halftime show. Air Experts, schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com. One more free throw for Coleman. Nobody on this Lions team has shot more from the line this year. 173 coming in, and Coleman has already shot 6 today. 25-20, Vikings lead. Coleman defending against Locklear. Steal on the perimeter, McManus Wade driving, gets the ball back after he almost lost control. And they steal lead to the McManus Wade layup. And the Lions roaring right back into it, down by 3. And a double dribble in the backcourt. Vikings turn it over. Lions to their paws and to their feet in Winston-Salem.
West Charlotte's defense has hit another gear, forcing Hoggard to call a much-needed timeout. But this defensive effort has been overwhelming here in the second quarter.
4:12 left first half. The Lions fans are loving the effort they've seen toward the end of that first quarter, now through a 4-minute stretch of the second.
The message has been received. Coming out here, a little bit of shock. They were down big. And Hoggard coming out, shooting the ball well, but Jacoby Davis doing his job with his defense, putting Cross into the ball game and letting him be the catalyst up front.
Coming up near the conclusion of tonight's game, Jay and I will check out the Akeem Monastipulo Law Firm play of the game. Injured, don't scream, call Akeem. Now 800, all sevens. And also a bit later, the Riddle and Riddle player of the game. Riddle injury lawyers. Riddle and Riddle when justice counts. 25-22, Hoggard by 3. 4:12 left first half. Caught up with the officials before the game. It's always interesting to hear their stories. This 3-man crew has worked a lot of playoff games en route here to the state finals. None of these 3 officials have officiated a state championship game ever. And there's the referee, Quinn Morris, who's actually a math professor at Appalachian State. We'll tease you where the other 2 work full-time. Really interesting backgrounds for these 3 officials today. Coleman got caught in the air, and on the sideline receiving the pass was Major Cross. It was his back foot as he was setting up to kind of step into that 3-point attempt. And his foot was on the black in the Hoggard bench. Pressure again. Look at Major Cross defend.
He's playing great.
And again, they're switching on all screens on the perimeter, so now it's Gautier's problem. Locklear lost it into the hands of McGrath. There's Cross again, number 11. He is fun to watch. He gets shoved off, and they call block. Oh, it's on Cross.
That's his second.
Now, he's not a major scorer, but we have already witnessed just how impactful he is on the defensive end. 2 fouls now for Major Cross. Timeout in Winston-Salem. 3:37 for the half. 8A men's championship. Hoggard with a 3-point lead on West Charlotte. And back to the campus of Wake Forest University. 25-22, Hoggard leading West Charlotte. 3:37 left in the second quarter. Talking about the officials. This is not their full-time job. They do a lot of high school, but a lot of college stuff, these 3 here on the crew today. And there is our referee, Quinn Morris. As I mentioned, he's a college professor of math at App State. I asked him before the game, what's 2 + 3? Passed it with flying colors.
You graded him,
The official at the end of the floor with the basketball in his hand is Jonathan Rumley. There is Jonathan right there. He is a captain of the Winston-Salem Fire Department. He's been there for 15 years. And then Royce Barrett, walking toward the sideline right there is Royce. He's the general manager of a Popeyes franchise in High Points. And he's in his 18th year as an official. Quinn has been officiating for 17th year, Jonathan for 12. And they're all working their first ever state title game. Congrats to them, it's a big honor. Vikings by 3. So they've scored only 3 points in the second quarter until that one. And Hunter McGrath with his third 3 of the game. Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer. Check out ParamountAuto.com.
Well, it's a clean look from McGrath. Why? Major Cross out of the ballgame with 2 fouls. So that is a huge loss for West Charlotte with Cross on the sidelines, and over on the other side, Seward with 3 fouls for Hawk.
How about Locklear blocking the 3 right out of the hand of Womack? 28-22, Hoggard down the lane, switching hands, the Euro step finish. Hunter McGrath, he has 17 points in the first half. Lead back to 8 for the Vikings, a little breathing room now. McManus Wade spins, splits 2 defenders and scores.
The senior coming through with that quick spin move, feeling the defender on his hip, goes to the opposite way to get to the hoop.
2.5 to go in the first half. Hoggard by 6. And now it's Coleman at the top of the pressure with Cross on the bench with 2 fouls, chomping at the bit to get back on the floor. Gautier misses a 3. Rebound tipped out near midcourt. Tracked down by McGrath. Pitch into the corner. Wide open look. Yes. Buck the 3. Aiden Locklear. 6 3-pointers in the first half for the Vikings. They missed only 1. 33-24 lead extended back to 9 for the Vikings.
Their shooting has been excellent, but again, Cross out of the ballgame. That's allowing the perimeter to open up, and the stress and the pressure just not there here when he's been out of the ballgame. Much more fluid on offense.
Here's Coleman, the take. Double block. Cleared away by the Vikings. Duran, a lead bounce to McGrath. He's been the man, and that shot is sent into the cameraman.
A lot of contact, the refs allowing them to play through. Presley and McGrath going against each other. Since he's driving in, here's a bump. Both guys battling to try to get position. Presley finishing it off, walking out of bounds.
So right now the Vikings are playing without Seward and his 3 fouls. But right now, for my money, the foul trouble for the Lions is more important to their team.
He changed the course of the game on the defensive end.
Yeah. Skip past the sideline, nearly thrown into the backcourt. Locklear using the long arm to save. Durant, bounce to the corner. McGrath, is he still hot? A little long. Offensive board, Batzler. The kick out, Locklear, front rim. And the defensive rebound finally cleared by the Lions. There's a 3-on-3 to the corner. Womack open, line drive 3 by Chacho Womack. Paramount Kia of Asheville 3. Visit ParamountAuto.com.
McManus Wade leading the break, the big man with good handles there, clearing it up the floor and then finding Womack, who is set up on the outside.
6-point lead for the Vikings. Final 45 seconds of the half. Baseline drive. Bounce pass. This is Matthew Boring leaning in. Locates out of the corner. That's off the sideline and no good from McGrath. Here come the Lions trying to get a little bit tighter in the final 30 seconds. That one is missed by Womack. And it's out of bounds to Hoggard. A reminder, stay tuned. We are 26 seconds away from the Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. Q Tucker, the commissioner, will join us. Highlights, stats, and more. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com. Hoggard 33, West Charlotte 27. 8A state championship from Winston-Salem. Hunter McGrath in this first half, 17 points. He's made 3 threes. Dishes it away, steals back his own turnover, pivots into a 3, and buries it. 20 in the half for McGrath. Final 6 seconds, loose ball, 3 seconds. McManus Wade throws down low, and that's going to count. Off for the fingertips of Sean Johnson, right ahead of the horn. And Hunter McGrath, this is a dream becoming a reality for him. 20 points in the first half of the state title game. And Hoggard's first appearance in over 5.5 decades. They're taking a 7-point lead at the break. Vikings up 36-29.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the state championship high school basketball games. Joining us is our longstanding partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now let's talk about that longstanding and robust partnership between Ingalls and high school championship athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. You know, we're in 6 states, and so we have Friday night lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have a shop at our Ingalls, so it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, Championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they entered this week as already a champion. And now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great. Or we were runner-up, but it was great. And I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
36-29 halftime lead for the top seed out of the East. The Hoggard Vikings leading the West Charlotte Lions by 7. Patrick Keenis, Jay Sonhalter with you back on the campus of Wake Forest University. And Jay will get to some first half highlights. And the Hoggard Vikings started slowly in the regional final in ninth gear out of the blocks tonight.
Yeah, they came out here on fire earlier on this ball game. They were aggressive, they were driving, and then their outside shots started to fall. But Hunter McGrath, 20 points, Patrick, in the first half. Their defense was outstanding too. Seward, who had 3 fouls, leads the break here, goes coast to coast for the and one, but everything was clicking for the Vikings. It really shocked West Charlotte. In that second quarter, they started to get into a flow, coming back strong.
And they trailed by as many as 10 early, cut it down to a 1-possession game, and then a late second quarter push as re-extended the lead back to 7. But they do it in transition, they do it with their defense, but they're in some serious foul trouble.
Both teams have big players in trouble with Cross and Seward, and you look at the stats here, even on the rebounds, minimal turnovers. the three-point shooting for Hoggard has been the difference. 7 made threes. Now the free throw line, West Charlotte getting to the line, but just a clip above 50%. They've got to improve there.
Those are the arthritis knee pain centers. First half stats: relief without surgery or opioids. And now points in the paint, presented by Ready to Roll Garage Doors. Call Raleigh's Garage Door experts today. 14-8 advantage for West Charlotte. But Will Seward, when will he get back on the floor for the Vikings? And Major Cross, the defensive spark plug for the Lions. They need him in order to come back from 7 down. Second half from Winston-Salem of the 8A title game coming up. Is it the Vikings' time? Brett Queen, a little extra energy before this second half begins. 24th year as the head coach for the Vikings. 56 years between state championship appearances. 7-point lead for the Vikings. Now, I did talk with some members of the Hoggard crowd and some of Brett's staff before the game. I thought that maybe there might be a couple of reps from that 1970 title team, the title appearing team for Hoggard in attendance, but they don't have any word of any of those players being here. They'd probably be in their mid-70s now, but I'm sure they're out there watching. Good luck to you, and we'll see if the 2026 version can bring it home. 36-29 Hoggard. Second half is underway. West Charlotte basketball, and a clean strip by McGrath, who scored 20 in the first half and then travels as he just could not corral the basketball on the break.
Well, Patrick, it's going to be interesting when we talk about foul trouble. These are two big storylines. Major Cross really changed the complexion of the game on the defensive end. Back in the ball game with 2 fouls here to start the third quarter. On the opposite side, Will Seward, 3 fouls for Hoggard. You know, which guy can stay out of foul trouble? Which coach will have to pull one out? That's going to be a big thing you've got to watch.
And there's a bucket on the inside for McManus Wade. 5-point game, and now you watch number 11, Major Cross, out there again with 2 fouls, but I mean, he is active. He is chasing the balls anywhere around the floor. And he is a disruptive force. McGrath into the corner. Murphy. Minute gone by, third quarter. Baseline drive, Murphy. That lead pass a little too far on the run. Picked up by Womack. Across it goes. The reload shot missed by Pressey, but he got fouled lightly. And the plea by McGrath. And That is the first on Hunter McGrath. Murphy is playing with 2, Morgan with 2. Locklear came off the bench, picked up 2. And then most importantly, Seward has 3 for the Vikings. So at the free throw line is AC Presley, 4 points in the first half. First of 2 from the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. If you are injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. Jacoby Davis, longtime assistant for the Lions, now in his 10th year as head coach for West Charlotte. Won the title back in 2022. That was at the 3A level, though. And a pair of free throws booked by Presley. Their first state title was an overtime win back in 1986. They have 6 right now in their trophy case. Looking for number 7, but it will take a rally. They've cut a 7-point halftime spread down to 3. Bounce pass down low, and Lucas Batchelor will head to the free throw line. And that's going to be the 3rd foul on Major Cross.
Substitute coming over now for Cross, and here he's just hustling, trying to get a block on Batchelor. Goes into the body.
So a couple of free throws from the Tatum and Atkinson foul line for Lucas Batchelor. And that's the kind bounce for his first championship point. Cross exits. Carter Sullivan returns. Sullivan had some quality bench minutes in that first quarter. Well, you lose a lot with Major Cross on the bench. Pair of free throws for Batchelor. But again, this game can pivot on its head if there's a 4th foul anywhere in the near future for Seward. They dumped to the inside, McManus Wade. Defender got knocked over. It's a blocking foul going on Hoggard. And that's going to go against Batchelor. First on Lucas.
West Charlotte getting the ball down to the post area, allowing McManus Wade to go to work.
What do you think?
To me, that's a charge.
That's a lot of body levers there for McManus Wade. Goes against Hoggard. 5-point deficit facing the Lions. Presley gets through, harassed, and now the baseline take. Coleman did not get it off in time. Through the air, kind of got stuck. Wasn't exactly sure where that pass is going to go, and landed as the pass was leaving his hands. 38-33, now 3 defenders in the backcourt for West Charlotte. The Cross remains on the bench with 3 fouls.
AC Presley on McGrath, who had the big first half.
Sullivan knocks it away. He'll get the return pass and a rise to the hole. Carter Sullivan sipped the basketball away and gets the bucket at the other end. 38-35 Hoggard. Contact. The runner with the right hand, short for McGrath. Rebound Lions, 2-on-2. Coleman attacking, trying to throw one down, missed it. And there is Carter Sullivan, another inside deuce. 1-point game. McGrath, the wild shot. Locklear had it taken away. West Charlotte can take the lead here. Coleman somehow controls, misses the layup though, and then commits the foul. Game on. Second foul on Coleman.
The pace is picked up, and the refs letting them play through up until that call. Both sides wanting fouls. Here's Batchelor fighting for the ball. Coleman going up, trying to finish, just not able to connect.
So a couple of subs on the floor for Hoggard. Duran returns. Morgan back out there. It's a 1-point Vikings lead. Into the corner, quick take, lock there. Wide open Seward. Front rim, offensive rebound and a push. And Locklear will head to the free throw line as Sullivan picks up his 7th.
Fouls starting to add up. Now 2, you're not in danger zone, but once you get that 3rd, the pressure starts to ramp up. And Hoggard gets to the line to try to slow down the momentum from the Lions. Have been coming on strong here in the 3rd quarter.
So here's Aiden Locklear at the Tatum and Atkinson foul line. First of 2. Hangs in there. A reminder at the conclusion of tonight's ball game, We will be selecting the Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers Player of the Game. Riddle and Riddle, when justice counts. 9 points off the bench for the junior Locklear. 3-point lead for the Vikings.
He's played really well, been another perimeter scorer from the outside to complement McGrath.
Coleman has not made a field goal yet in the game. Sullivan short with a three. And the rebound to Locklear at Hoggard. 40-37. Where's Locklear going? Drives hard, down an extra step, pass out front, tip, and saved right by midcourt by McGrath. Locklear can't lose McManus Wade. Seward fumbled it away. Now we're going to get an overrule, I believe, by Quinn Morris. Morris saw something different, stays with Hoggard. There's see the signal by Quinn Morris, and it was deflected. I saw it.
It's a good call here as Coleman is so quick. Tries to get around Seward.
Jane? If it was,
50,
it was
50.
subtle. Seward through the lane. And a foul called against the West Charlotte Lions.
Seward
First on that reach in by Womack.
being aggressive with the 3 fouls, seeing there's not a defender set up in the paint, goes all the way. They need him to continue to look for his shot. 6 points in this ballgame thus far.
Seward makes the first point since the first quarter by Seward. Hit that game-opening three.
The average is right at 17, so expect for him to come on strong here, continue to try to preserve himself with the 3 fouls. He's got to be careful on defense. And on the other side for West Charlotte, I'm trying to get the ball to McManus Way to get number 4.
And there's a foul, I believe, on McGrath. Just could not keep up. So McGrath with his second. All right, so here's the foul lineup for Hoggard. McGrath has 2, Morgan has 2, Locklear has 2, Seward has 3. Presley, there's another foul. That's going to be the 3rd on McGrath. So McGrath has gone from 1 foul to 3 fouls in about 4 seconds, and that's important.
And we're still midway in the 3rd quarter here.
Yep.
So again, if I'm these coaches, I am targeting who has fouls to try to get the 4th foul. With McGrath and Seward, I'm saying go downhill. Let's attack these guys, hunt them out to try to get them in even deeper trouble.
Seward tried to defend here with 3 fouls. Can't quite box out on the missed shot. Coleman has it back for the Lions.
So that's exactly what they did. They went right into the body of Seward.
Presley with the left hand. Nice finish. AC Presley. He has 8 points. And West Charlotte down by 3. 4 minutes left, 3rd quarter. McManus Wade gives Seward some space with the left hand. Dribbled it off to his foot, but we got a foul instead. Sullivan thought it was poked away. But a foul has been called at the 3:52 mark of the 3rd quarter. McManus Wade commits the foul. Free throws when we return. 3:52 left, 3rd quarter. Hoggard leading West Charlotte by 3. And back to Winston-Salem for the 8A Men's Championship game. Here's a look at some of our fans tonight on our Original Grills Fan Cam. Elevate your grill game. The Hoggard women's team playing for an 8A championship in about an hour or so. They are getting prepared. By the way, we had a shot of our fan cam a minute ago of a fan out there wearing a cap. You know, I've been to 3 different Olympics. You collect pins, right? He has NHL teams pins on his cap. Let me get another shot of that. How many NHL teams can you name, Jay?
Probably not as many as you. Sounds like you know them all.
The West Charlotte band, there's the man with the hat. Oh, yeah. Bruins, Canadians, Red Wings, Blackhawks. What's on the other side? Oh, I love it. I love it. That is strong hat game right there. 3:52 left, third quarter. Free throws out the time. Out. Will Seward will be at the free throw line for Hoggard. Now it's a time for Major Cross to return. Not yet for the Lions. I mean, he is their kind of ace in the hole for Jacoby Davis. He has to be really strategic on when he brings that heavy defensive pressure from Major Cross back in the game. Because if he can keep him on the bench, stay tight, you might have all 8 minutes in the fourth quarter with him out there, right?
I think you hold him till the fourth. Now on the other side for Hoggard, their 2 best players both have 3 fouls in Seward and McGrath. So they have to be careful here as they close out the third quarter.
Now Seward played It was a tie game a nanosecond ago. Now Hoggard has the ball, and they're up by 5 again, and the Lions never got that lead we were talking about. Into the corner, Murphy. 10 seconds left, third quarter.
Presley trailing McGrath.
Locklear working against Johnson, who commits a foul on the perimeter. Both teams are in the double bonus.
With Major Cross out of the ball game, Presley has been tasked with providing that same defense on McGrath, and tough to get him looks, but everybody for Hoggard starting to chip in and create balance on offense.
Locklear at the line, 2 of 2 today. 2 Tatum and Atkinson free throws. And that one swirls good. And for all of the great effort we saw from the Lions in this third quarter, stalking, and finally drawing level, this last minute of the third quarter has been an absolute disaster for the Lions. They could go to the fourth quarter down by maybe 7. Exerted a lot of energy to get back even. One more for Locklear. Now this will be interesting. Free throw was missed. O'Connor went into the lane, but I think he was kind of pushed by the inside position for the Lions. I think it was Coleman that kind of put a finger on his lower back, and because Coleman was about to fall in, he kept his balance. He needed the help of the guy next to him to keep his balance. And he
Smart strategy.
He ushered O'Connor in the lane. So a redo. And it cost him a point. And it is a 7-point Hoggard lead. 5 seconds left in the third quarter. And Hoggard will not. They're going to defend the entire length of the floor here, man to man. It's in the hands of Womack with 3, with 2, between the legs, forces it from 29. It's missed. And the Vikings kind of parry away West Charlotte in the final minute of the third. Lions came all the way back, drew to a tie, but Hoggard scores the final 7 of the third quarter, and they're 8 minutes away from their elusive and long-awaited state title. And there's our stats through 3 quarters presented by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Relief without surgery or opioids.
Three-point shooting, 8 for 15, just phenomenal from Hoggard. They've executed at the free throw line. West Charlotte only 6 turnovers, so they protected the ball. Comes down to this fourth quarter, though. West Charlotte down by 7. They're going to have to find a way to cut in the lead.
Ready to roll points in the paint. Call Raleigh's Garage Door experts today. 26 for West Charlotte, 12 for Hoggard. Well, now is where each of these two head coaches will kind of take the blinders off your players with foul trouble, because it's their time to get back on the floor. It looks like Major Cross was trying to check in but did not do it, so he will at least begin this fourth quarter at the scorer's table with 3 fouls. Hoggard basketball, they scored the final 7 points in the third quarter after the Lions had pulled even, 56-49. Fourth quarter begins. Morgan and Locklear. 14 points for Locklear. He's been terrific. From the elbow, blocked. McManus Wade got on it, collects up the floor, lost the handle, pokes it ahead, and now it's an on-man break the other way for Hoggard. McGrath, don't leave him open! Misses a 3. He's made 5 threes in the game. Coleman cuts to the lane and gets banged to the ground. And helped to his feet by Locklear.
Coleman's got to take over here in the fourth. Averages over 18 points per game. Here he is driving in to get to the line. The defense collapses on him.
Called the foul on O'Connor, his first. See-through construction free throws for Coleman. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. And Coleman has been at the foul line a lot in this championship. He is now 8 out of 10. But he's made only 1 field goal in 6 tries. Now Cross comes in, Jay. Sat out the entire third quarter with 3 fouls. And now he's back for effectively the final 8 minutes. Coleman makes a pair.
You'd have to imagine he's going to be on McGrath. He's starting off with Presley on McGrath, but here he is showing pressure.
And there is what he brings to the floor, right on cue. Cross lays it in and is fouled. He is lightning in a bottle. And find me a better small guard on-ball defender in this state than Major Cross.
So we've been talking about him throughout the ball game, and this is his first bucket. He's taken over with his defense and a steal plus the and one. What a play.
And that foul goes against Porter Morgan. That'll be his 4th. And the free throw long, rebound in the air, and grabbed by Hoggard. By the way, those points by Cross, his first of the game. Rise into the rim, there's O'Connor. Off a volleyball pass out near midcourt. 5-point lead for Hoggard. The kick out Coleman. Extra pass made. Womack, yes! And this game is racing to the stratosphere here in the final 8 minutes. 58-56. Locklear jumps one up top. Ball fake. O'Connor down the lane. And where is Nicola O'Connor been? A brilliant championship second half. He's into double figures.
He's been phenomenal coming in for Seward.
And now Coleman wants a piece of the action. And we are going up and down, bucket for bucket. 2-point lead for the Vikings.
The sense of urgency is picking up. You can just tell down here on court level.
Locklear misses, got it back. Left hand fadeaway. Good off of the glass.
Here, the pressure at its highest. These guys are coming through, going back and forth on offense.
I mean, Jay, this is going to test the conditioning level of each of these teams, as the Lions unable to convert from in close. McGrath a little slow to get up and get back down the floor. O'Connor needs help. 4-point lead for the Vikings. They play to the inside. O'Connor shuffling, deflected pass. Steal by Cross. You better slow him down. Oh, he stumbles, lost the handle on his own. Picked up by Morgan, in on Coleman, reverse layup. A big flip on the scoreboard there in favor of the Vikings. Timeout, 5:31 left. And that time Major Cross maybe a little too quick for his own humanity.
And only 8 turnovers for West Charlotte, but that was a big one. And Hoggard and Brett Queen calling the timeout. I think a perfect time. You have a 6-point lead, bring your team over, really set the stage, give everybody a break, and figure out how you're going to game plan here. final 5 minutes and 31 seconds. I think on offense, you got to slow it down. You have the lead, and then on the defensive end, just pack the paint area and force West Charlotte, who has done so well at getting into the paint and finishing at the rim, force them to shoot it from the outside.
And now on that shot right there, the player furthest left, number 21, that was Will Seward. 4 fouls, 9 points, big factor. But the way that the Vikings are playing right now with Locklear and O'Connor on the floor, you can still protect him. And I like the 5-player combination we're seeing right now from the Vikings, even though it means nothing against Seward, but they're playing so well right now with the group they have on the floor.
Everything is working right now. I would preserve him until you get inside of 4 minutes. Let's see how the game is going. But I think as long as you're feeling good about everything, hold them until you get to that 3-minute marker and change, get him back into the ball game and let him close it out. But right now, they've got momentum, but it's going to be about on the defensive end, standing strong, then on offense, protecting the basketball. You can't turn it over and allow West Charlotte to get out on the run. That's where their strength is playing fast.
Hoggard early had a double-digit lead for Brett Quinn in the first quarter. Lions came back to tie. Then it went out to a 6-point game. Then it got down to 1. And now we're getting a timeout by the Lions here. Here we are. That's interesting. So a couple of seconds after a timeout called by Hoggard, now West Charlotte calls one. So both teams to the sideline again. But Hoggard has not given up the psychological advantage. They've never trailed. You can't help when you talk to some of the Hoggard fans, the staff. They know it's been 56 years. They know that 1970 team lost by 1 point for a state title. They had some really good clubs back in the 70s. Then when they added more high schools in that area, the kind of talent pool began to get dispersed a little bit. But you almost feel like they know they're playing for all of the generations and that 1970 team right now, because they look absolutely determined to me.
Well, they've got a great fan base. They traveled from the beach up here in big numbers, but this is not going to be easy to close this out and get the win. West Charlotte coming on strong. They can score in a flurry, and that's why it's important. You have to take every possession, stay composed, and make good decisions here to close it out.
By the way, how dedicated and determined you have to be when you leave the beach when it's 85 degrees in North Carolina in
Especially
March,
today.
and they're here. Coleman has it for the Lions, trailing by 6. Up fake Womack into the paint, and a hold on Hoggard. Now again, hold your breath. Who's the foul on? Anytime there's a whistle now, it's going to be concerning, and that is number 4 on McGrath.
He just asked on who, and it goes against him.
Yeah. I mean, that's obvious.
Good call.
The first reach, and that's thrown into the backcourt, and a turnover by the Lions.
And if I'm West Charlotte here, all right, you have the turnover, you're down 6. Stay ready, stay composed. And for Hoggard, all right, you've got a 6-point lead, still plenty of time here, but I am going to start to chew some of this clock up and stay patient.
There's a lob, they locate Morgan on the baseline. McGrath gives it right back to him. And now Locklear, 16 points into the paint. Extra pass in the corner, Locklear baseline drive, reverse layup, pops out, no good. McManus Wade, the rebound for the line, stripped, loose, saved off with a leg, but now do we have a foul? We do, a foul on McManus Wade for maybe a little bit of a push. And Jay, that's his 4th.
It seems like everybody's in foul trouble now at this point.
And he got the rebound here, couldn't quite secure it. Locklear hacks it free. And then there, with that left
arm.
hand, right on the push on the back. Great call. 4:45 left in regulation. Hoggard by 6. McGrath playing with 4 fouls. Attacking, lefty scoop layup just has enough English. Hunter McGrath has 25 points. The Viking lead gets to 8.
It's a huge drive there to stretch the lead out. McGrath with the 4 fouls, playing so well in this game.
4:20 for the 4th. Coleman feels it's got to be his time. He'll pull up mid-range, yes.
Had to have it. Good take there. The decision to pull up at the mid-range.
66-60. Vikings with the ball, +6. Approaching 4 minutes for the fourth quarter. Locklear slowed down. Porter poked away over the sideline. Stays with Hoggard. 3:56, fourth quarter. All that stands between Hoggard and its long-awaited first state title. But the Lions in range. Don't go anywhere. Hoggard up 6. (66-60). Hoggard on top of West Charlotte. 3:56 to go. The Hoggard women will be playing for the 8A championship in less than an hour. But a long way to go. This one is undecided. And you see now that is the Hoggard Vikings women's team going down the tunnel. Some high fives with fans saying, "Hey, you're next." Bringing it home. They're going for the state championship daily double today.
Everybody rise to their feet.
Meanwhile, Will Seward has checked back in with 4 fouls for the Vikings. McGrath nearly lost it. Seward, a touch to the corner. Locklear leans past Womack. Stopped in the lane. And now Seward.
And Hoggard just wanting to spread the floor, use time. No foul called there.
Spinning back is Duran. Seward between the legs, draws McManus way out. He's out. This is 4 fouls on 4 fouls out front. And they've taken over 30 seconds off the clock in this possession. Ball slapped away by Coleman. The lead pass gets to Coleman, rising and dropping it in. And it's down to 4.
And that's the danger with stalling. You have to be careful of Coleman. Those long arms will pick your pocket.
Coleman got another deflection as Hoggard brought it in the front court that time. 66-62, a little trip, no call. Coleman's ahead of the pack again, driving, puts it up, and draws the foul. And hard into the camera row for the star for the Lions. And Coleman still face down, taking a moment. And both teams will head to the sideline, Jay. Now, no foul there on Presley. Might have been a little bit of a nudge to knock him over. And here comes Coleman working against Locklear. He was twisting down, kind of following the flight of the ball, and then slides and grabs the right shin or ankle.
He's getting up.
And he's up, weight on the leg, but he'll be checked out. That was the 4th foul on Locklear. And now Sullivan is going to check into the game and shoot Coleman's free throws. So Coleman heads to the bench, albeit briefly, it appears. I mean, he wants to come back in right now. And the assistant coaches are saying, nope, not yet. Get some Gatorade. And now Carter Sullivan comes off of the bench, 0 for 1 from the foul line in the championship. 2:57 to play in regulation. Hoggard with a 4-point lead, 66-62. Pressure free throws for Sullivan, just a sophomore for the Lions. From the see-through construction free throw line. That's clutch. Vikings by 3. They have led wire to wire so far. Mission accomplished for Carter Sullivan. Off the bench with the hard foul that took Coleman out of the game. He makes a pair. Pressure for the Lions. 66-64 Hoggard. Basically everybody on the floor is out there with 4 fouls at this stage. Duran gets the foul on Sullivan, one of the few guys without 4. That's number 3 on Sullivan. But that's only the second foul on the Lions in the fourth quarter, so no free throws. And back returning is Coleman. And hang on, Sullivan was coming off of the floor here. The official said, no, you can't. They wanted to sub somebody else out of the game. They wanted to get Cross out of there, but couldn't do it. So Sullivan sits at the scorer's table. Seward with 2:40 to go. Locklear, deflected pass. Stays with the Vikings. And now Cross will exit. Sullivan back on the floor.
And McManus Wade has 4 fouls. So does Seward. But if you can find an opportunity to get Seward the ball in the low block where he can attack, you can try to get the 5th foul, or maybe you have a clear path.
Jay, there are 4 Hoggard Vikings playing with 4 fouls. A driving layup, that's going to be goal time. They win it anyway. Count the basket. Clock stops with 2:28.
Huge take. Stretch the lead out to 4 points, a little bit more breathing room for Hoggard. McGrath fearless going against 2 bodies, McManus Wade and Coleman.
McManus Wade laid off just enough not to commit foul number 5. 4-point game. Hoggard leading. Coleman fires down low, broken out. Steal by the Vikings. 2-on-1. Up ahead it comes. Locklear stands over the bounce and on the sideline were the Vikings. A lot of congestion on that sideline in front of their own bench. No complaints from the Vikings sideline. Turnover to West Charlotte.
Well, there's traffic over there, and Coleman really used that as a shield, as an extra defender.
Here's Coleman. Works against Duran. Duran, strangely enough, has 0 fouls in the game. Womack. Crossover on Locklear. Presley looking. And they come back out front. Womack down by 4, inside 145. Spin. Short jumper, rolls good from Womack. 68-66 Hoggard.
Womack averaged 18 points per game. That's a big shot coming in there.
Minute and a half to play. Hoggard ball up by 2. Everybody standing. Intercepted pass. It's in the hands of Womack, but a foul out of midcourt. Turnover by Hoggard. And West Charlotte will head to the free throw line with a chance to tie the 8A title game.
16 turnovers for Hoggard. And West Charlotte being aggressive in the passing lanes. Sullivan reading it, heads to the line where he just hit 2 clutch free throws.
And the sophomore, after just making the 2 most important free throws of his life, now has 2 more important free throws in his life. To try and draw this game even. This kid is clutch. 3 in a row by the sophomore Sullivan. This one would draw West Charlotte tied again with Hoggard. Tension palpable in Joel Coliseum. Tie game. Sullivan has made 4 straight free throws. And here's the pressure by the Lions. McGrath working on Presley. 118 for regulation. Here's McGrath. He's been the MVP of the game, and he gets fouled and a hard hit on the deck. And Hunter McGrath will shoot free throws, and if it's on McManus Wade, he's gone, and he is gone.
McGrath, 27 points in this game, just gets clipped on the back of his head. He has wanted the ball in these big moments, still shaking it off. He's got 2 big free throws coming up.
Double-double for McManus Wade. 12 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks, 2 assists, and a steal. And he is fouled out of the 8A state title game with 1:14 to go in a tie game.
John Johnson at 6'5" coming in to replace, and he'll be guarding Seward.
McGrath has made both free throw attempts in the game. He has 27 points. Free throws are different in the regular season compared to the final minute and a half of a state title game. And a timeout. The Lions want to freeze him more. And McGrath, meanwhile, McGrath is holding his wrist. It was that fall that he just took. He made the first missed the first free throw, put his hands through his hair. West Charlotte called timeout, and he immediately started grabbing his hand and walking to the bench. So let's monitor that. 1:14 remaining. The arrow belongs to West Charlotte. Both teams have 2 timeouts left. Jacoby Davis setting things up for the Lions, but also trying to make it a little bit more challenging here for one of the guys who's been one of the best players on the floor in this championship game. But we are all, none of us are immune to pressure in situations like this.
Well, this has been a great game, and for both teams, we have 1:14 left, but there is going to be a lot of twists and turns here before we get a winner. It's important to stay composed, handle this pressure, and if something good happens or something bad happens, stay even keeled, because you still have plenty of time no matter which side you're on.
Well, there's a little look at McGrath squeezing that water bottle effortlessly right there. So if it is an issue with the right hand, he's not showing it there. All right, so let's do a reset here. McGrath will be at the free throw line for Hoggard. He has 1 more. He's playing with 4 fouls. Morgan is on the floor with 4 fouls. Locklear is on the floor with 4 fouls. And Seward is on the floor with 4 fouls. So 4 of the 5 guys for the Vikings have 4 fouls right now. McManus Wade just fouled out for West Charlotte. And the Lions have 2 with 3 fouls. For the lead, missed another one. Coleman the rebound. And 1:10 left in the 8A title game. West Charlotte has never led. They can on this possession. Presley against McGrath. Coleman, under a minute.
Spreading the floor.
They want to isolate against McGrath. And now it's Womack against Locklear with 4 fouls. Pounds the rock with 44 seconds left. There's no shot clock. They could hold for the last shot if they wanted to here.
And they look like they're planning on that. Unless pressure comes, they're going to hold it here.
Oh, boy. That might be what we're seeing here, Jay. Under 30 seconds, Coleman comes to the ball. He's going against Durand. West Charlotte has won 6 state titles. Hoggard has only played for 1. 56 years ago, they lost by a point, and a timeout taken by West Charlotte, and they have effectively made this a final shot in regulation for a state title.
Oh, good job there, holding on to the ball, no turnovers, protecting it, and then calling the timeout by Jacoby Davis right inside of 15 seconds to set things up. And now in this huddle, you'd have to imagine they're going to plan to shoot the ball with probably around 4 seconds left for a possible offensive rebound.
Well, Jay, here's the conundrum facing the Hoggard Vikings right now. You have 4 guys on the floor with 4 fouls. If you spread out the floor for the Lions and you're attacking, you can't play tight defense because if they foul, you're likely out and send them to the free throw line. So they're in a real dilemma here on how to defend if the floor gets spaced out.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a weakness here is, hey, you got to play true. You can't give up an easy shot. Otherwise, West Charlotte is going to have a clean look. But I'll tell you what, for both teams here, a lot of pressure in this situation. Hoggard, you've got to have your best defensive stand. You have to expect that Coleman's going to be the director here. You got to get the ball out of his hands and play physical and communicate on the defensive end. Jacoby Davis right now telling his team, giving them confidence here, knowing they can finish these close ball games throughout the year. They've always found a way. But I give the ball to Coleman, let him create, and then attack the offensive boards. For Hoggard, you've got to box out.
Oh boy, everybody inside this venue standing. White knuckles are everywhere. 68-68, 14 seconds left for the 8A title. Is it West Charlotte's 7th or maybe Hoggard's 1st in the last moment? In it comes Presley. The clock starts. The sophomore Sullivan has the midcourt against Seward with 4 fouls. Coleman has it with 6. 2 in the middle, step back, jumps it down low. The leaping shot is good. It's Sean Johnson. Sean Johnson on the pass to the rim. But the game is not over. The Lions are celebrating. Fans are getting on the floor. There's going to be clock time added. And let's hope this doesn't lead to technical fouls here. The officials are trying to restore order, as are the security, as are the staff, as are NCHSAA people. This game is not over. They're going to go and review and see if there's time remaining. Because I think there is. Now the officials, Jay. Quinn Morris, our referee, Jonathan Rumley, and Royce Barrett. They're going to talk at midcourt. And now let's watch here and see what the clock shows as this shot goes in. It rattles. That'll take more time. There might be a 0.9 or even 1 second left.
Right around a second left. But you go back to that play. Heck of a pass from Coleman. Going up in the air. It looked like he was going to shoot it. It brought the other defender up. And then Sean Johnson, the sophomore coming in from McManus Wade, recognizing he wasn't going to have time to come down to the floor, then go back up, shoots it in the air. And what execution here. Catches it there, quick turn, puts it up on target. That ball goes through right at 1 second.
Jay, how extraordinary has this late game rally been by West Charlotte? 2 sophomores who don't start. Sullivan had to come off the bench to shoot free throws for Coleman when he got injured, made him both. He then made 2 more. And the sophomore Sean Johnson, who came in when McManus Wade left the game, might have the state championship game winner.
Stepping up when your team needs you, especially under these circumstances where you're down, trying to come back. Your team needs a big play, and you've been able to come through. But we'll see what the result is here. This game is not over. West Charlotte's celebrating.
They have put 0.6 on the clock, and evidently there will not be any kind of technicals or any other issues assessed against West Charlotte for the early celebration. So 0.6 is on the clock. It'll be a length of the floor long throw by Hoggard. And it's going to be Lucas Batzler. Now he can run the end line here. And a timeout is taken by West Charlotte again. So it is West Charlotte 70, Hoggard 68. West Charlotte's only lead of this title game with 0.6 left. And now the last timeout taken by the Lions.
Well, and Hoggard's going to have a special play here to win this game. But West Charlotte celebrating. They've got to calm down, maintain their composure. This game is not over. It's going to have to be a baseball pass, quick shot, but still Hoggard, well, got a small chance.
The other thing to keep in mind, I mean, Hoggard could design a play to catch it down the floor, they have one timeout. They can maybe call a quick timeout. Or you could draw up a play to draw a foul here. And even though it wouldn't be a double bonus, it would be the 4th foul in West Charlotte, which would send Hoggard to the foul line.
And West Charlotte, of course, feeling good with what just happened, where they're at. But it's not over until it's finished.
Well, you mentioned the twists and turns down the stretch. We've seen several of them. And for the Hoggard Vikings, the 2 free throws that were just missed a moment ago by McGrath, one before a timeout, one after, could be haunting. So let's see what the Hoggard Vikings draw up. Will they try to attract a West Charlotte foul by setting some screens here? Batchelor has the ball in his hands, runs the baseline with .6, hurls it down the court, it's tipped, it's grabbed by West Charlotte, and the West Charlotte Lions win their 7th state championship. The only lead they had in the entire game occurred with less than 1 second left. And the sophomore, Sean Johnson, off of a perfect pass by Coleman, rattled it in from a couple of feet away, and the Lions roar to another state title over Hoggard, and it's heartbreak for the Hoggard Vikings for the 2nd time in 56 years. 70-68, West Charlotte defeats Hoggard. Jay will catch up with Jacoby Davis, the head coach of the champion West Charlotte Lions, when we come back. An improbable finish sending West Charlotte to the 8A championship. The only lead they ever had in the title game inside the final second. Jason Halter is with the winning head coach, Jacoby Davis.
Well, Coach, that was amazing. What did it take for your team to make the comeback, then close it out there at the end?
First of all, I have to say, give an honor to God. But these young men, they've been fighters. They said it even in the huddle. We've been here before. We've been in some tight games all year with some really good teams. This is definitely a great team. So I think the whole time they were saying, Coach, we're good, we're going to be okay. So they're used to fighting, and that's what they had to do to come through to finish this game up tonight.
That was one of the best defensive efforts I've seen. What did your team have to do to lock down that offense that came out on fire?
I told them once I watched film on Hoggard that this is the best passing team, best cutting team, and best team that set screens. So we had to be, this had to be our best defensive game this year because the way they move without the ball, the way they set screens, the way they read screens. So that's all we worked on all week. And then, don't get me wrong, first half we struggled, but they fought and realized what we were doing wrong, and we had to take 4 out. He's a great player. Oh, my gosh, he's a great player. So I think in the second half was don't let Ford touch the ball, but he still made plays, and he still was making plays.
Well, I thought your strategy there at the end was excellent. With 40 seconds, you stalled. You called the timeout with 14 seconds left. What did you say to your team in that final timeout to set up that play?
Kahari came to me and said, I want the ball in our AI action. I said, you got it. My only thing was we were not going to run. We were not going to give him a chance to get the ball to Ford for a shot to end. So we were close, almost not getting it there, but we didn't want them to have a chance. So we ran it down as close as we could get it and finalized on the play. We've been running this play all year, I think, and that was perfect read by Kahari to drop it off to Shaw.
You had great fan support here. This fans have been awesome. What does it mean to you to bring back the state championship to West Charlotte?
It means a lot because, we at West Charlotte, it's high expectations all the time with the legacy we have there, alumni, the community that supports, and everybody supports us. So it does mean a lot for us to bring back the championship with West Charlotte.
Coach, you're a state champ. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you a lot to Jay and to head coach Jacoby Davis. That's the 7th state title for West Charlotte. They won it in 11 when he was and a long-time assistant. They won it in 22 when he was the head coach, and they win it again for him here in 2026. Well, here's how they got it done. It's our play of the game, Akeem Manastapulo Law Firm play of the game. The game winner, Coleman, with under a second to go, makes the pass, and there is the sophomore, Sean Johnson, right on the block, a leaping reception of the pass, rattles it in, and then screams and begins the celebration. But they did put 0.6 of a second back on the clock, but the Lions were able to defend. If you're injured, don't scream. Call Akeem. Dial 800 all sevens. And now ready for our Riddle and Riddle player of the game. Riddle and Riddle injury lawyers. Riddle and Riddle when justice counts. And it's going to be Ja'Kai McManus-Wade, who fouled out with a little more than a minute left, but he was outstanding tonight, Jay.
He played so good on offense and on defense. His presence on the defensive end, down in the post, his quickness really showed in this game. He was the anchor for West Charlotte, and what a job by him. The double-double plus those 3 blocks.
So there the line on McManus-Wade. 12 points, 10 boards, couple of assists, 3 block shots before he fouled out of the game. And here he comes to receive his state championship medal. All smiles. What a tough contest this was. High-level basketball, 2 very evenly matched teams. And again, the heart shown by the Lions to never give up. Denied a couple of times after falling down by 10, falling down by 7, by 6, but would not quit. And the sophomores, the next iteration of this Lions team. And there's one of them right there, Carter Sullivan, 4 big free throws down the stretch. And there's the guy whose picture is probably going to be hanging in the hallways forever, Sean Johnson, the game-winning bucket.
He just floated in the air as he caught that pass.
Yep.
Seemed like he hung up there for a couple seconds, but I'll tell you, Patrick, I don't know if I've seen a game in a while that was played as hard and as competitive as this game was. And we always talk about, they're playing hard. Well, they've got to be well-conditioned, and both these teams did not slow down at all. They gave it their all, and devastating for a Hoggard. But they're going to be proud of their season and what they were able to do in this game. It was just West Charlotte executed there, had the ball that last possession.
And you look at Hoggard's future, they do have number 4, as Jacoby Davis was saying. Number 4 is an incredible player. That is Hunter McGrath, who he was referring to. He is a junior, so he has 1 year left. Morgan is a junior. Locklear had a tremendous game. O'Connor really stepped up in the second half as well. He is a junior. They lose Batchelor, they lose Seward, and they lose Markel Murphy. But there are going to be some pieces in place for Hoggard looking ahead to next year. And meanwhile, for the Lions, Coleman, just a sophomore. Cross, just a sophomore. Womack, a sophomore, Presley junior. So many of the pieces will return for the Lions, as I'm sure Jacoby Davis on the bus ride back to Charlotte tonight might be allowing his mind to look ahead to next year. They do lose McManus Wade, but other than that, this is a junior and sophomore dominated West Charlotte squad.
It's impressive what they are able to do with so many young players, but you're right, they're going to have an opportunity to run it back potentially next year with all these players gaining experience.
And again, he's been with the program for so long, but he mentioned it in your interview post-game, the expectations for success, not just good years, but great years, state title contending years for West Charlotte. How do they deal with those expectations year in and year out?
Well, there's a lot of high goals that they set, and they reached their goal this year, but it's about having development. It's about the character of these kids and letting them know, hey, listen, we have high expectations. We're going to have the highest level of work ethic to reach these goals, holding everybody accountable. And when you get in these close playoff games, having that clutch factor, knowing, hey, we've got confidence from the work we've put in. That's how you reach and surpass those expectations, all in the work.
All right, now the individual awards. And for Hoggard, who was 0.6 of a second away from being the MVP of a state championship, instead, it is the most outstanding player for the runner-up, Hunter McGrath. He was absolutely phenomenal tonight, 10 of 18, made 5 threes, with a couple of missed free throws in the final minute of this game. Hard to get past. We suffering to get over that, but they would not be here or anywhere close without his talents. Meanwhile, Jakai McManus Wade, the most outstanding player for West Charlotte.
He's a senior, one of the upperclassmen leaders, and happy for him in his last high school ball game to go out this way.
He goes out with a bang, and then the MVP is all that is left to announce for West Charlotte.
Valuable player in this contest. To memory of long-time staff member of the NCHSAA. Your most valuable player is from West Charlotte, and it's number 24, Kahani Coleman.
17 points, 9 of 11 from the foul line, 4 assists, but the last of those 4 assists was the game winner on a perfect pass to the left edge of the rim, and Sean Johnson able to make the shot to send West Charlotte to a 7th state title. All right, Jay, let's take a look at some final stats presented by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Relief without surgery or opioids.
Three-point shooting for Hoggard was excellent, over 50%. 15 turnovers, West Charlotte only 10, but this game went down to the wire for a reason. This was close. This was a game of runs back and forth, really, with West Charlotte getting close, then falling behind. Hoggard always held the lead until the end, when West Charlotte executed to finish things off.
All right, now the points in the paint for both teams, brought to you by Ready to Roll. Call Raleigh's Garage Door experts today. Ready to Roll Garage Doors. 34-24 advantage for West Charlotte. Well, we have 13 more games over the next 3.5 days remaining. Hard pressed that we'll have a more compelling game and more thrilling finish than this one that we just saw for the 8A title. Final score, West Charlotte 70, Hoggard 68. All of us would like to take a minute to thank the great sponsor partners of ours, Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts Heating and Cooling, Tatum & Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, Akeem Manastapulo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills, and Ingalls Markets. And all these sponsor partners, through their contributions to the program, make these championship games possible for all of our viewers at home. Next up, the Hoggard women against Mallard Creek for the 8A title. That tip-off in about a half an hour. For Jason Holter and our entire crew, Patrick Keenis from Winston-Salem. Hope you enjoy the broadcast. Title number 7 coming to West Charlotte, a 2-point win over Hoggard.
Ever since my boots first hit these streets, had to scratch and claw, made me hard to beat. They were real early mornings and late nights. Had to put in the time just to get it right. Now it's time.
Welcome to the 2026 NCHSAA Basketball Championships presented by Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers. Day one of the NCHSAA Championships closes with two newcomers vying for the biggest women's basketball prize. The 8A title game features the 2 seed out of the West, the Mallard Creek Mavericks, and the top seed from the East, the Hoggard Vikings. Hello everybody, and welcome to Lawrence Joel Memorial Coliseum in Winston-Salem. Patrick Keese, Jay Sodahalter, and Jay. Now it's the women's time for Hoggard, a chance to win their first ever state championship going against Mallard Creek. Neither team has been here before. Somebody's going to walk away with the top prize.
Yeah, and Hoggard's a team that only had one loss throughout the regular season. They dominated over on the East, and Mallard Creek has college prospects. They're a big team, but they went through the talented West portion of the bracket to get here. I think we're going to see similar styles. I think this will be a physical ball game, Patrick.
All right, let's get to our players to count on tonight. Brought to you by Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers, when justice counts.
Kristen Shivers shined in the regional victory over Willow Springs, just exploding, scoring the basketball, averages right at 18 points per game. She's the catalyst for their offense, driving to the hoop, her outside shooting, being up front on their defensive pressure. Look for her to be aggressive in this game. Over for Mallard Creek, Kiara Anderson is excellent. She does it all, scoring, rebounding, defense. She's a post presence that can take it outside and shoot it as well. But they look for her in different ways to be the starter for their offense, whether it's shooting or dishing the ball off to her teammates. So she's a senior leader for this Mavericks team.
All right, now for the Ingles Food for Thought, our keys, brought to you by Ingles. Low prices, love the savings.
For the Vikings, they want to be physical in this ball game and use their toughness, especially on the boards. And they've got to protect the basketball, limiting their turnovers on offense. For the Mavericks, win the paint area, use their size to their advantage, and then controlling the pace, knowing when to push it, knowing when to play slow. They want to force their tempo on Hoggard.
Mallard Creek and Hoggard, neither has won a state championship. Tip-off for the 8A title. Hoggard and Mallard Creek is next.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
And welcome to the Lawrence Joel Memorial Coliseum on the campus of Wake Forest University. Patrick Kiedis, Jay Sonhalter with you tonight. It is the capstone of day one, the 8A Women's Championship. Mallard Creek, 23-6, the 2 seed out of the West, and the Hoggard Vikings, the top seed out of the East region, 28-1. First ever title appearance for both squads, although Mallard Creek has been in the regional finals 6 previous times, lost all 6 before this year, finally breaking through that ceiling. And here they are for Carlin Dixon tonight in the state title game for the 8A championship. And there is Dixon in her 6th year. Was with Middle Creek as the JV coach for a while, left to begin her own basketball academy, and then returned in 2021 and finally has the Mavericks. They've made it the state championship game, but one more step to take. And Boubacar All, the former Georgetown Hoya, recruited by John Thompson, 50-year-old head coach, trying to take Hoggard to a state title. The tip is controlled by Mallard Creek. They're in the home whites, and the Vikings in the deep navy uniforms. And off we go, Jay, for the 8A title.
Kiara Anderson going to Georgia Southern with the ball. She's their top scorer, but they've got 4 college players committed on their team, and I would expect them to try to go down low where they've got a height advantage. The pass a little too high there. I'll tell you, Hoggard is a physical team, Patrick, and they're going to try to limit those post touches.
All right, let's get to our starting lineups presented by Tatum and Atkinson. If you are injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. And the starting 5 right there for Hoggard. Shivers averaging 18 points a contest. And we get our first foul of the championship. And meanwhile, the Mallard Creek starting lineup there, led, as Jay mentioned, by Kiara Anderson, heading to Georgia Southern, averaging 15 points a game, second on the squad in 3-point makes over the course of the year. The first free throw is good, and the Vikings on the board. Altman will have one more coming from the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. And the starting 5 for Mallard Creek, 23-6. 9-1 out of the MEC Power 6 Conference, a combo of 7 and 8A teams. 1-0 lead for the Vikings. And now the Mavericks. Anderson, number 4. Sidney McGuire runs the point. The Vikings will open up in a little matchup zone here. Minute gone by for the 8A title. As Jay mentioned, we're going to be watching the tempo of this game, very deliberate, very methodical, picking their spots. That one a little bit short, and Hoggard the rebound collected by Altman.
Good defensive effort from Altman, getting that board, coming over with the help defense.
And that is mishandled off the fingertips of Anna Kate Chance. Turnover by Hoggard. Our officials for this title game: Marcus Brown, the referee, Elisa Abron and Sarah Lawrence are the umpires.
Mallard Creek beating Ardrey Kell by 15 points over at Lenore-Rhine in their regional final victory to get here to Wake Forest. This is a group that has been challenged in league play, and a nice drive from Hobbs going baseline.
Henry Hobbs, who transferred in from J.R. Robinson, key addition to this Mavericks team this year. It's a 2-1 lead from Mallard Creek. Early stages opening quarter for the 8A title. Going for the steal, Anderson came up short, and now the steal is confirmed. And down the lane goes Young to the hole, misses the layup. Rebound to Hoggard. Mallard Creek knocked off Ardrey Kell, the top seed in the West. Beat them by 15 points. Hoggard, meanwhile, the top seed. Not a lot of resistance. They won 20 in a row coming in. Their only loss is back in the middle of December against Heritage. But in their 28 wins this year, only 3 of them for Boubacar Allah's squad has been single digits.
Sidney McGuire with the ball, passing it off. She was the defender there to get the 10-second call. Really good job there, moving her feet.
Off the mark is Stone for 3. And here comes Shivers into the half court for Hoggard. Shivers never stopped. Challenge shot deflected a bit and taken down by Mallard Creek. Young, the kick into the corner. Hobbs goes cross. Stone. And a second shot now for the Mavericks.
Those long rebounds are difficult. You've got to box out. Mallard Creek reading it off the rim.
And a nice runner there by Anderson.
She is so smooth shooting the basketball, knowing when to pull up in the mid-range.
4 seniors in the starting 5 for the Mavericks. Only McGuire is an underclassman. She's a junior. It's a very experienced team. Team that started 8-0, lost a couple of games, or 2 losses to North Mecklenburg. At the other end in transition, off of the turnover. Anderson the layup. That is a 6-1 opening game salvo by Mallard Creek, and a timeout taken by Hoggard.
Good timeout from Hoggard just to slow down the start here, being down 6-1. And here the loose ball goes to Anderson. She's got so much speed. She excels out on the run.
All right, Joe, let's handicap this game. Based on what you know about these two programs, their styles, where is this game really going to pivot?
Well, for Mallard Creek on the defensive end, they want to create pressure out on the perimeter and get the ball out of Shivers' hand. If they can do that and allow her to kind of be the number 2 player outside instead of letting her handle the ball, that's where they're really going to put their focus on, is forcing someone else to beat them. She's the Bellarmine commit. She's an excellent point guard. And over for the other side, for the Vikings, they've got to play good interior defense, force Mallard Creek to shoot it from the outside. Then on offense, they've got to make good decisions with their shot selection and move the ball.
Now for the Vikings, much like Mallard Creek, Hoggard has broken through as well. They got to the regional finals each of the last couple of years, but they were knocked out by the number 1 seed. Wakefield last year, Rollsville a couple of years ago. But now as the top seed, Hoggard was able to navigate its way through the entire bracket. 6-1 Mavericks. Anderson. There's McGuire. And a tough pass to handle out of bounds. Turnover by Mallard Creek.
And the Mavs being very methodical on offense, moving the ball, taking their time. They thought there was a crease there. Shivers closed the gap there, knocking the ball out of bounds. But you got to move without the ball and stay patient.
It was deflected out, so Mallard Creek keeps it, but missing a shot in close is Young. And the Vikings bring it up the floor, trailing 6-1. 3 turnovers, and they missed their first couple of shots of this title game, and there's another one. But they turn it right back over. Vikings basketball, and a double dribble charge against the Vikings. So rapid fire turnovers. It'll give it back to Mallard Creek when we return. Underway for the 8-8 Women's Championship. An early 6-1 lead for Mallard Creek. At some of our fans tonight on our Original Grills fan cam. Elevate your grill game. The Middle Creek cheerleading squad, Hoggard Vikings cheer squad. Did you see coming out of the break the dad sneak some Sour Patch Kids from the kids?
I saw the snack
on his lap?
He was sharing.
How dare you? I would do the same thing. 6-1 lead for Mallard Creek. 3.5 to go in the opening quarter for the 8A championship, and we get an offensive foul against the Mavericks for an illegal screen that's charged against Young.
Mallard Creek foul charge to number 2, Aisha Young.
Well, for Hoggard, they've got to find a way to get their offense going. And the pressure on Shivers has been there. Help side defenders along with McGuire really trying to limit her driving lanes. But they've got to get the ball movement cut without the ball, just making the defense work more.
Altman gets it back to Shivers. She's left open on the wing, rimming off with a 3. A battle for the rebound, grabbed by the Mavericks. Outlet McGuire. And locates Stone, baseline take, and scores. First points for Stone. 8-1 Mallard Creek.
The help side defense not coming over to close off the baseline. Created a clear path to get to the hoop.
Hoggard 3 turnovers, and now has missed all 4 of its shots so far in this title game. A runner by Shivers short. Rebound Young, quickly looking up the floor, hits Hobbs over the top, blocked from behind, and then I believe a Mavericks foul. And it's going to go on Young. Avery takedown from behind. That's 2 quick ones on Young.
Yeah, Avery Fitzgerald hustling back. Watch 23, timing it perfectly. And there's the foul.
Welcome to the floor for Mallard Creek, number 12.
For Hoggard here, down by 7, facing this pressure. And the Mavericks defense has been really good thus far.
And freshman London Faison comes in for Mallard Creek as Young leaves with 2 fouls here in this opening quarter. 8-1 Mavericks lead. Shivers through the middle. A good pass to the inside, Guthman. Over to the corner, Altman, yes. That's a 3 for Altman. First 3 of the game. Paramount Auto, a 3-pointer. Visit ParamountAuto.com.
And Altman, only a sophomore, a good-looking shooter from the outside, had her feet set, and she was ready to shoot as soon as the ball hit her hands.
Throw back to Hobbs. Room on the right baseline. And fouled on the way up. She will head to the free throw line. Foul against Hoggard's Guthman.
Hobbs headed to Western Carolina. She's a versatile post player with her size, her mid-range jumper, and then the power that she plays with getting to the hoop.
And at the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line, first one is made by Hobbs. If you're injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson.
To the Hoggard lineup, please welcome number 33, Ella Jones.
Ella Jones, junior, averaging 13 a game off the bench for the Vikings. She's in. A 4 lead for Mallard Creek. And a couple of free throws made by Hobbs. She has 4 points in this opening quarter. 10-4 Mavericks. Shivers plays it to Altman. Now Jones. Shivers' little spin move on the baseline and puts it out of glass and scores. Nice move. First points for Shivers.
So creative. She felt the defender shaded over to the inside, kind of baited her, and then the quick spin move to get to the baseline.
10-6 Mavericks. Jumper in the lane, missed. Rebound to Avery Fitzgerald. Vikings starting to settle in here on the offensive end. Shivers. Altman. And here is Fitzgerald for 3. Rims it in. Yes. She likes these rims in Winston-Salem. Avery Fitzgerald, the senior, knocks down a 3. And it's a 1-point game with 48 seconds left in the opening quarter.
That's a beautiful high arcing shot. And you just get the feeling that Hoggard's starting to gain more confidence and be more comfortable. And sometimes it takes teams this atmosphere, a couple possessions to get things going.
Faison out to Hobbs. Jab step. Thought about the deep jumper. 25 seconds left. Doesn't look like the Mavericks are holding for the final shot. That's partially blocked. Grabbed by the Vikings. And for as rough of a start as it was, they can grab the lead at the end of the first quarter. Shivers, underhand flip, ball fake. Altman, the uncontested drive, and missed the layup. 6 seconds left first quarter. Up ahead, McGuire into the half court from 30. All air. And that is the end of the opening quarter. of the 8A championships. Mallard Creek with a 1-point lead as they play for their first title. The Vikings and Mavericks have never been here. 1-point game for the Mavericks after one. First quarter stats sponsored by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Relief without surgery or opioids.
Both teams trying to get into a flow offensively, shooting the basketball pretty even thus far. Mallard Creek winning on the boards +2.
All right, points in the paint. Sponsored by Ready to Roll Garage Doors. Call Raleigh's Garage Door experts today if you are ready to roll.
That's where the strength is for the Mavericks in the paint area. That's where they've attacked.
Second quarter begins. Mallard Creek 10, Hoggard 9.
Zone pressure, different look.
They go around the outside, play it to the middle, and Chance. Kick to the wing, Altman off of the heel. And the rebound off of a couple of sneakers. Picked up by the Vikings. Second crack for Hoggard.
A lot of contact, no fouls called.
Hoggard
moving the ball here, Patrick. Forcing the defense to work.
And Hoggard has not led. And here's a left-handed three, and that's missed by Altman. And the defensive rebound cleared away by Anderson. Anderson behind the back a couple of times into the half court. Deflected pass, tries to dig it out of there, and it's high up. Arrow will keep it with Mallard Creek.
Altman, only a sophomore, such a good defender there with the recognition, reading it, and then getting her arms up. And then it forces the jump ball. Here's the pass from Anderson, trying to find her teammate. Quick reaction and then the hustle.
Off the baseline, this is Hobbs. Throws out, this is a three, hammered home by Anderson.
Her jump shot is so smooth. That three-pointer looked true as soon as it left her hand.
And here's a three the other way. That one splashes down from Avery Fitzgerald. Paramount Kia of Asheville, three-pointer, couple of them. Visit ParamountAuto.com.
Her second made three, Fitzgerald, from the same spot, right in the middle of the court, that rainbow.
And she has a beautiful stroke, beautiful release.
It looks so good.
Anderson steps left, she'll fire a three. Strong side rebound, and a foul going on the Mavericks. It'll be on Cameron Hobbs.
That was because of AK Chance's box out. Being physical, staying low, trying to push Hobbs back, and she got the call.
13-12, Vikings down a point. Shivers working on Campbell, gets right past her and then gets fouled on the approach. And Shivers will shoot a couple of free throws.
And when you're a top scorer, as Shivers is, you know the defense is going to do everything it can to limit your opportunities. She saw crease, one of the few she's had this game. She went aggressive downhill and knew she'd either finish or get to the free throw line.
3 points now for Shivers. One more from the See-Through Construction free throw line. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. 13-13. Still tied, rebound on the run, and here come the Mavericks. Look at the handles by Anderson, shifty. Now it's stopped to the sideline, well done defensively by Altman. Now they got to rise on her sideline as she made that stop right in front of her bench. Seen possessions like this several times here for the Mavericks. That's an ill-advised pass to the inside. Easy takeaway for Altman. And now Shivers tries to give the Vikings their first lead of the championship.
2 steals for Altman. Read it there. And for Hoggard here, after that slow start, they've just continued to play better here as this game's worn on.
Altman, baseline take. She's been a threat from the perimeter and had the defender kind of giving up some space, closing out. And the bucket by Altman gives the Vikings their first lead.
Now 6 points, taking the baseline. Even when the defensive pressure came over, she's able to focus and finish.
15-13, Hoggard. Anderson working hard against Shivers, nowhere to go. And a face on. A look back at her coach. Through the high post, Hobbs. Spins on Altman, tough shot, late whistle. And Okarov gesturing down that sideline for Hoggard. He thought that was pretty well defended.
Yeah, he's animated over on the sideline. It's hard not to miss him with his size. He's a star player at Georgetown, and he was over on that sideline making it known. Still having a conversation.
Yeah, he's still lobbying. Again, he spent some time in D.C. That's what people in D.C. do. They lobby. Played in about 130 games at Georgetown. Started 98 for the Hoyas and recruited by the legendary John Thompson. Hobbs makes 1 of 2. 15-14, Hoggard. Shivers working against Easterling. First foul on Easterling. A hand check in the backcourt.
I know the foul goes against the Mavs, but that pressure has been there throughout the game on Shivers. I look right here at Easterling, just making it difficult.
She gets screened off now, so a switch. Shivers driving now against Hobbs, but well defended by the Mavericks. Hobbs the other way. 15-14 Vikings. Hobbs all the way to the hoop. Bounces off, got her own miss. No dribble necessary. Great effort at both ends of the floor by Hobbs.
Well, and they're just staying with it and not giving up. And after that first shot is missed, still staying balanced to get that board. And then she didn't bring it down. She kept it high, put it right back up.
Screen the other way for Shivers. Out front, Fitzgerald. A lot of screening action on the perimeter for the Vikings. Trying to get the mismatch they're looking for. Shivers on the baseline. Too high off the glass. Mavericks on the move. Anderson in the open floor. To the sideline. Stone for 3. Loose ball picked up by the Vikings, but it traveled as the shovel pass was being delivered. 3:25 left first half. Mallard Creek up by 1 on Hoggard. 16-15 from Winston-Salem. Hey fans, stay tuned. The Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report is on the way in about 3 minutes of basketball time. An interview with the Commissioner Q Tucker. Stats, highlights, and more. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com. Patrick Keenis, Jay Sunhalter. 8A Women's Championship. It was a heartbreaking loss less than an hour ago for the Hoggard men, but fell victim in the final moment to West Charlotte. By final moment, I mean the final seconds. For the only lead of the game for West Charlotte, a 2-point win over the Hoggard men, who were looking for their first ever state title. Now the women are trying to get their first. And the bucket on the inside. Young with her first points, and a lead to 3 for the Mavericks.
And you're so happy for West Charlotte winning that game, but it's devastation for Hoggard. And then the women's team coming out on the floor right after that. You could tell they felt bad for the boys team who went through the heartbreaker. Then they had to come out, kind of refocus, and go through their warm-ups to get ready.
Here's Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's made a couple of threes. Good fake. Got it to Altman. A little bit shorts on the 7-footer. Offensive rebound. Shivers takes the whip cross-court pass. With 2:40 to go in the first half, Shivers will recycle the offense. Shadowed by Easterling still. Fitzgerald on a screen looking for a back pick. Loose ball. And a foul call. It's going the other way. This will go against Jones of the Vikings.
Easterling broke on that pass. What a defensive effort. Watch this ball go through. Number one just broke through there, then hustles to get the possession and the foul.
Guthman is back in, replacing Jones for the Vikings. Mallard Creek 18, Hoggard 15. Neither team is shooting the ball very well at all here in this first half, which is not entirely surprising. Sometimes, I mean, these teams, even the big schools, this being the 8A, throw it in, and the foul. Henry Hobbs gets the bucket. She'll shoot a free throw. 9 points in the opening half.
The high post, she looks for her teammates, then sees a path to attack, and she is so athletic and skilled and finds a way there to finish and knock down the free throw.
Double figures already for Hobbs. 21-15 Mallard Creek. Shivers does not stop, draws a lot of attention. Altman, a straight line in the hole, too strong with the layup attempt. And the Mavericks running down the floor have some numbers. Hobbs this time tries the right baseline. Young, the kick to Anderson, in and out. And retrieved in the corner by AK Chance. As we were talking about the shooting here in the first half, these teams just don't shoot in big venues, kind of cavernous venues like this. And for some players, it's going to take a little bit of adjustment to get used to it, but no adjustment needed for Avery Fitzgerald. Straight on with her third 3 of this first half.
She likes that spot out on the floor. She has looked smooth, very comfortable, and you've got to close out strong on her.
21-18, Vikings down 3. Hobbs off of the wing, misses. The rebound to Fitzgerald. Quick hit ahead, Shivers. Vikings can tie it with a 3. Still the live dribble, Shivers. Hemmed in. It takes the return. And that is deflected into the backcourt. Shivers will pick it up. Still possession to the Vikings. 45 seconds left in the half. And a very soft foul in the backcourt. Second on Easterling.
They're starting to make calls when they're trying to body up Shivers.
And a reminder, stay tuned to the conclusion of the game. Jay and I will select the Akeem Anastapoulo Law Firm play of the game. If you're injured, don't scream. Call Akeem, dial 800, all 7s. And then also the Riddle and Riddle player of the game, sponsored by Riddle and Riddle when justice counts. 21-18, Mallard Creek. Clock running, inside 40 seconds for the half. Fitzgerald has made 3 3-pointers. chance. Out front with 25. Shivers comes to it. She'll penetrate, dish it off, and throw it away. Off the hands of Guthman.
Just not able to hold on and execute, but still good job managing that pressure, finding a way to get the defense off balance. And Mallard Creek here, you're up 3, an opportunity to take the final shot.
Halftime show on the way. Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. Q Tucker will join us. First half stats and highlights and more. Air Experts, schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com. Final 5 seconds of the first half and a foul with 5.3. And this will go on the Vikings. It looks like it's on Chance.
Vikings foul charge to 32, AK Chance.
Non-shooting. Mavericks will throw in, leading by 3. Bubakar on the sideline for the Vikings in his defensive stance. Trying to get that denial. Hobbs cuts, takes the pass, missed the short shot, gotten back, back shot no from Young. Rebounded the Vikings, and they just dodged a last-second bucket in the first half. But Camry Hobbs leading the way, 10 points for the Mavericks. A 3-point halftime lead for Mallard Creek. It's 21-18. Mavericks will come back. The Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report for Winston-Salem. The 8A championship game for the women at the break. Mallard Creek leading Hoggard by 3.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning into the state championship high school basketball games. Joining us is our longstanding partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now let's talk about that longstanding and robust partnership between Ingalls and high school championship athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. You know, we're in 6 states, and so we have Friday night lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have it, you know, shop at our Ingalls. So it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they entered this week as already a champion, and now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great, or we were runner-up, but it was great, and I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
Women's 8A championship at halftime. Mallard Creek up 3 points on Hoggard, 21-18. Patrick Keenis, Jay Sonhalter, our great crew here in Winston-Salem, welcoming you back to the final game of the day one session. There are 4 days here in Winston-Salem. And Jay, let's get to our first half highlights with Mallard Creek up by 3. They got off to a quick start in their first attempt to win a state championship.
They jumped out. They were shooting the ball well. Their offense did slow down. Their defense was strong throughout the first half. Anderson was the catalyst coming out on defense that led to her offense. I thought Hobbs was really good here in the high post. She created, made a play for the and one. She had a dominant first half. Over on the other side, Altman, the young sophomore, coming through with some plays. And there's Fitzgerald knocking down her three-pointer shot. She was on fire, but Hoggard got it going as the game wore on.
Yeah, Fitzgerald wound up with 3 made threes in the first half. Hobbs led all scorers with 10. And that's now check out our first half stats. Brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. At Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery or opioids.
Neither team shooting the ball well, but you look at Mallard Creek, 17 rebounds compared to only 12 for Hoggard. So that's a point of conversation for both teams at the halftime break. And 10 combined turnovers. I thought it was a clean first half.
All right, now let's check out the points in the paint. Mallard Creek a 12-2 advantage on Hoggard. Ready to roll garage doors? If you are ready to roll, call Raleigh's Garage Door Experts today. 21-18, the halftime lead for Mallard Creek, but a half to go before they claim their first state title. Hoggard is looking for its first title. The last 16 minutes on the way from Winston-Salem. And ready for the last 16 of the 8A championship. Mallard Creek and Hoggard. 3-point lead for Mallard Creek. Hoggard gets the basketball to begin the second half. Jay, what kind of adjustments are you expecting to see?
I think for Hoggard, you got to find a way to get the ball to Shivers and allow her to get more looks. She's your top scorer, and then Fitzgerald too. She was your leading scorer there in the first half, so get her more involved. Then on the other side for the Mavericks, just keep pounding the ball in the paint area.
A big three knocked down by Anna Kate Chance, ties the game. Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer Visit ParamountAuto.com.
That's exactly how you want to start out the second half. Now, even ball game for Hoggard, getting off to a hot start.
It's 5 threes by Hoggard in the championship. And the lead returns to the Mavericks as Asia Young hangs on the block and scores. 23-21, Mallard Creek. And here's Shivers and reaching in. How about Sidney McGuire getting in there and forcing a tie-up, and effectively a turnover. Arrow goes the other way.
She's been really good on the defensive end. She gets that jump ball back to her team. But she has been one of the forces that trying to slow down Shivers and not make it easy on her to start the offense.
Maverick basketball. Hobbs had 10 in the first half. On the deck once, pivots. Stone gets it now to Anderson. McGuire probing, steps back, shoots over the bigger defender, misses the fadeaway jumper. Rebound ricochets off the knee, and now we get another tie-up, but this time we'll go the other way to Hoggard.
This time the arrow is with
Bolton able to get her
Hoggard.
hands on it. 23-21 lead. There's Harlan Dixon. Back in her 6th year as the head coach for Mallard Creek. Shivers off the wing. They show big with a second defender in Young to slow her down. Pass gets whipped to the inside, and it's travel. It's Hoggard.
The pass from Shivers, recognizing the double team coming over. She found her open teammate. That's just difficult. The recovery from the Mavs defense making it hard to get that shot up.
Through the high post. Young is going to face up. She has that in her range, misses the shot. And Altman runs down the rebound and almost threw it away. Now an odd man break for Hoggard. Shivers with some space. A hesitation, she got bucked. And that is going to be the third on Young.
Number 2, Asia Young. That's her third. First team foul of the quarter.
Young will stay on the floor for Mallard Creek. 3 fouls. Hoggard down by 2. Shivers go ahead and kind of readjust that shot with a taller defender coming out. And Shivers sends it through. A tie game, 23-all.
A good take, and that is a difficult shot with the floater and readjusting her body.
And there's McGuire, the junior. Her first points of the championship. Paramount Kia Asheville 3-pointer. Head to ParamountAuto.com. 26-23, Mallard Creek. Jones misfires from deep. And a timeout is taken by Mallard Creek. 5:22 for the third. Mallard Creek leading by 3, 26-23.
And Hoggard right now down by 3. Their three-point shot has been very effective in this ball game. 5 for 9. Majority of those coming from Fitzgerald. We're on the other side. Mallard Creek only 1 for 7, but they're kind of executing in different ways. Mallard Creek's going to their bigs down low. That's where their strength is, getting towards the hoop, and Boubacar out there making a message known to his team.
Let's take a look at some of our fans tonight for this 8A title game on our Original Grills Fan Cam. Elevate your game. The Hoggard Viking cheerleading team hoping to see one state title out of 2 opportunities today. 26-23 is the lead for Mallard Creek. 5:15 left here in the third quarter. Little back screen, little give and go from the high post. Layup is missed by Stone, and a couple of bodies to the deck, and a jump ball again. 0 to Mallard Creek.
Great cut from Jasmine Stone on that last possession. This has been a physical ball game. Each team hustling at the highest level, diving for every loose ball.
Maverick basketball up by 3. Young The long over the top pass might have been double deflected. Anderson finds it, dribble off her heel and saves, but a double dribble call against Anderson.
Possession back to the Vikings.
There's Anderson just trying to make a play. And Altman with the defensive pressure.
Vikings ball, and then Fitzgerald got knocked to her backside.
Mavericks foul charge to number 3, Jasmine
Stone with her first foul.
First personal, 2-second.
4:48 for the third. It's been a bit of a rugged defensive struggle. The Vikings get it in. No look pass back to Shivers off the baseline. Left it short. Anderson soars for the rebound. Mallard Creek by 3. Anderson all bounce, bank shot. That's a tough finish for Anderson.
Good look there from the mid-range. You're right, Patrick. This has been a tough offensive game. Each team scoring 58, 59 points in their regional final victory. A slower pace in this one.
Fitzgerald sets the screen to free up Altman, who rolls it in. Airly Altman has 8 points. 28-25, Mavericks pace hastening. Anderson misses the runner. Offensive rebound to the Mavericks. Young. Foul on the end line going against Hoggard. That will be the second on Altman. 4:01 for the third. And Guthman is back in, replacing Jones. McGuire barks out to play. Hobbs gets it in Anderson's hands. He'll fire from distance. Altman kind of a rebound leaning against McGuire. And Hogger down the floor.
Strong box out from Altman to get that board.
Jay, I'm not quite sure this game gets out of the low 40s.
Yeah, I mean, right now the offense is just having struggles going against the defensive effort.
Here's Fitzgerald, scoops it too strong. Offensive board, Guthman, pocket picked. Loose though, back to Chance. And there's Shivers on the reversal.
Finally, a clean look, wow.
A 1-point contest, Mallard Creek up 28-27.
They execute there on the scramble.
Nearing 3 minutes for the third. Anderson finds Young. Hobbs working on Guthman, takes her, scores, and draws the foul. First points of the half for Camry Hobbs. And she's been a difference maker all year for the Mavericks. And she'll head to the foul line when we come back. 2:51 left third quarter. Mallard Creek is not trailed. They've been tested, but they're up by 3 late in the third. Coming up toward the end of our game tonight, we'll check out the Akeem Anastapulo Law Firm play of the game. Injured? Don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800, all sevens. And we will also have the Riddle and Riddle player of the game, sponsored by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers, when justice counts. Mallard Creek 30, Hoggard 27. Mavericks at the line with Camry Hobbs. She has 12 points in the contest, now 13. There have been two very brief leads by Hoggard in this game. 31-27 is the Mavericks' advantage with 2:45 left in the third. Here's Shivers, who again has been running the point, but trying to get a little bit more involved offensively. Here's a dribble drive, and she's fouled on the perimeter. And that will be the first on McGuire.
There's a lot of contact out on the perimeter as Shivers drives in. It's the nudge, that left elbow.
And Faison comes in, replacing Jasmine Stone. Non-shooting foul, Vikings will throw in, open in the corner, chance. On line but long. Hobbs the rebound. Quick outlet. Young in the open floor to the hole. Gets the bank shot. Draws the foul on Fitzgerald. The lead to 6 for the Mavericks.
Mallard Creek trying to go on a run here. Beautiful pass from Hobbs up the floor. Young with the ability to hang in the air, finish through the contact.
First foul on Fitzgerald. And the Tatum and Atkinson free throw is put down by Young. 34-27, a 7-point lead now for the Mavericks. And now they will need Shivers to turn things around here. Late third quarter. Takes the staggered screen. Fitzgerald gets it to Lily Voth. On the floor, three-pointers missed out front by Chance. Mallard Creek the rebound.
Get the ball to Hobbs, play through her. She's been your best offensive option.
So here's Anderson. One-on-one against Voth. And a travel charge against McGuire right in front of the Mallard Creek bench.
Possession back to Hoggard.
Minute 43 left third quarter. Shivers 7 points in the contest, 4 in this third quarter. Fitzgerald holding high, Hobbs guarding her 28 feet away. There's some space down in the lane, but it's a 5-out right now for the Vikings. They spread things out. Voth. Fitzgerald shut down, in trouble, and a timeout, saving the possession. Bubakar Hall calls a timeout for Hoggard. And again, he's very animated on the sideline, animated with the officials, and animated with his team in these huddles, Jay. That's what we've seen over the last hour or so as he tries to lead Hoggard to a state title, but they need to smooth things out here in the final quarter.
That was a smart timeout with his team in trouble. You don't want to give up another turnover. So bring your team over to the sideline, regroup, set up a play. But you're down by 7. You've got to get your offense going now. And Mallard Creek doing a really nice job on the defensive end, but this is where your top scorers have to start stepping up. And that's Fitzgerald, Shivers, Altman. Those 3 in this ball game are leading the way. And they've got to create a spark. They need to go on a run here to cut in the lead.
All right, Hoggard down by 7 points in the women's 8A championship game. Altman looking around the floor. Shivers takes the bounce pass. Count is on, being shouted by Anderson. Haven't seen this matchup a lot tonight. The 2 best players going heads up on the perimeter. We get a foul, though, that will bail out Hoggard.
Hoggard is being physical out on the perimeter. Finally get the foul. That pressure on Shivers has been there throughout the game. It's just stressful when she's got the ball. They're throwing different bodies at her to slow her down.
The Vikings will throw in Shivers, this time against McGuire. Fitzgerald thinking about it. She's made 3 already in this contest. And they're just not giving Shivers any opportunity to get the deep jumper or the mid-range here. Fitzgerald has the range, nails another one. Her 4th of the championship in 5 attempts. 30 seconds left. It's a 4-point lead for Mallard Creek, late third.
She's been on fire. Just go back to that play. She has been excellent throughout this ballgame shooting the ball.
Hobbs working on Fitzgerald, defends well, forces a miss. And the Vikings can slice into the deficit before the end of the third. Shivers takes a screen. 7 seconds left. Underhand pass got through. Chance to the corner. Altman short for 3. Rebound to the Mavs. And that will take us to the end of the third. Mallard Creek in a low-scoring tussle takes a 4-point lead to the final quarter. Neither team has won a state title before. 8 minutes away. Mallard Creek up 34-30 after 3. Stats through 3 brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Relief without surgery or opioids.
3-point shot for Hoggard, 6 for 14. Fitzgerald has been connecting from the outside. +5 for Mallard Creek, very similar to the halftime stats. The turnovers for Hoggard, 9, only 6 for the Mavs.
And there are the points in the paint, presented by Raleigh's Garage Door Experts, ready to roll. Final quarter, 34-30 lead for Mallard Creek. Hoggard basketball man-to-man for the Mavs as the fourth begins. And again, the big player offensively for the Vikings has been Avery Fitzgerald, number 23. She's 4 out of 5 from three-point range. And all of them effectively have come from behind the key and further. She sets the screen. Chance takes it to the right. Now Jones brings it back to the strong side of the floor. This is Fitzgerald. 30 seconds have gone by in this fourth quarter on this possession. Whistle blown. Shooting foul will send Altman to the line. And that is going to be the third on Anderson.
Number 4, Tiara Anderson. That's her third.
So Airly Altman, sophomore, 8 points in the championship. Makes the first and one more coming from the See-Through Construction free throw line. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice. on the OBS. 34-32. Vikings again staying in range. They've had two very small and short-lived leads. Trailed by as many as 7 in that third quarter. Faison, tough runner, no good. Rebound to Jones.
Hoggard just looking for a run here. Coming out, you get the 2 free throws. Can they string things together?
Big call right there. Sneaking through. Shivers found a little seam, a lot of ball on this block, but maybe a bit of the arm as well. And that's the 4th foul now on Anderson.
I think she got the ball, but there was contact towards her head area with an elbow, and that's where the foul was called.
And it looks like she's going to be subbed out of the game. Free throw is good for Shivers. So in comes Easterling, and out goes Anderson with those 4 fouls. This one is for the tie. And Boubacar, Owls Vikings have clawed back from 7 down. 34 all. 7 straight points now by Hoggard. Easterling will take the screen. Face on. Now the Hoggard fans and the Hoggard bench is going to get more deeply engaged. Foul here on Hoggard. Some complaints by a couple of Vikings on the floor. And that'll be the second on Chance.
I just think Mallard Creek has to continue to get the ball to Hobbs. Good things happen when you give her opportunities. There's a foul called. She's got 13 points. Just continue to give her looks. It forces a lot of pressure on the Vikings defense.
First foul on Hoggard in the final quarter. They bounce to Hobbs at the high post. A takeaway, though, back by McGuire. And a wise decision by Sydney McGuire. Wheels it all the way back out front. 34-34. Face on. Tried to scoop it left hand. Got a lot of a palm of a Viking player, and Hoggard has it with a chance for the lead here.
Chance being physical, making it hard to get through to the hoop.
Shivers to the corner. Altman toward the rim, and she got bumped. And a Mallard Creek foul. And that will go on McGuire, her second.
The offense looking much better, and the driving lanes are there. Hoggard's taking them. That's a good take from Altman. They are recognizing there's enough room to operate down on the baseline and knowing that the defense wasn't set up that she could get a foul call.
And there is the lead for Hoggard. One more free throw coming from the see-through construction free throw line. Missed it left. So 1 of 2. A 1-point lead for Hoggard, 35-34. 2 minutes have gone by in this fourth quarter. Hobbs, some space off the right side. Wants to attack Chance. She will. Spin right by her. Missed the layup. Fitzgerald the rebound. Hoggard basketball. Shivers riding McGuire down the sideline. And going down is McGuire. And then frees up Shivers for the restart to the rim.
What awareness and balance from Shivers as the timeout is called. She drove in, brings it back out, then goes through and attacks and finishes.
10 straight by the Vikings and a Mallard Creek timeout. Watch the defender go down. Moving back right there, the fake. The slip, the slight ankle turn by McGuire, and then the reload. And the unencumbered layup for Shivers. This is the most confidence we've seen this Viking team play with all game.
Yeah, they've really looked much better here the last couple minutes scoring the basketball. Now you're down by 7. You're in a timeout where you're up 3. Mallard Creek is reeling. So on offense, I think the message is continue to go downhill, ball moving to the outside, but go towards the rim and be aggressive.
I'll tell you what, just watching these huddles, body language speaks volumes, doesn't it? I mean, look how engaged the Vikings are in this huddle. And then you look on the Mallard Creek side, and eyes are wandering a little bit. There's doubt creeping across the faces.
And you've got to have that belief and kind of use it as motivation. Things aren't going your way, but we're inside of 5.5 minutes left in this ballgame.
Yeah, for a state title. Carlton Dixon, I mean, she is known for developing talent through an academy that she started years ago. So now coming back to the high school ranks as Mallard Creek playing for its first state championship. Now the Mavs are down by 3. Hobbs lays it now to Jasmine Stone. Easterling back on the floor as well. Looking for the right combination. Snaking on the baseline, shot missed by Young. Offensive rebound, there's Hobbs, look at her work. Got her own miss again, and draws the foul. They needed that second and third effort from Camry Hobbs.
Now 8 rebounds for Hobbs. See her go up, just continue to stay with it. 4 on the offensive side, so those second chance opportunities have really benefited her.
Third foul on Chance. One more free throw for Hobbs. And Anderson back on the floor for the Mavericks with 4 fouls. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. 1 of 2 for Hobbs. 37-35 Hoggard. Winding down inside 5 minutes for regulation. They want Shivers to go left. She does. She'll drive, and a wild shot, but right into the hands of her teammate, Ella Jones.
The double team over on Shivers allowed that backside of the rim to be wide open and clear for Jones to get the offensive board.
39-35 Hoggard. A strip, ball loose, and a quick whistle, tie up. Mavericks retain possession.
Possession arrow is with the Mavericks.
4:27 left in the fourth quarter. 8A Women's Championship. Stone gets it into McGuire. Back to Stone. Catch and release. Way long. Vikings rebound. Another tie up, and this time will go Hoggard's way.
And a jump ball on the floor. Possession arrow this time with the Vikings.
Boubacar, 50-year-old Georgetown grad, moved to the U.S. in the early 1990s. He won his 300th career game back in January. This would be an unforgettable victory in his career. Fitzgerald, tightly played by Hobbs. Off the right wing, Altman tried to jump stop, but she travels. Basketball back to Mallard Creek when we return. It is the final media timeout of regulation of the 8A state championship game. Hoggard has come back from 7 down, leading by 4 over Mallard Creek. Back inside the Joel Coliseum. Fourth quarter for the 1A title. Hoggard leading Mallard Creek 39-35. Now these Vikings, there are several players on this squad who have been left in tears the last couple of years, losing in the regional final. Last year to Wakefield, the previous year to Roseville. You're talking about Shivers, you're talking about Fitzgerald, you're talking about Chance and Guthman and Ella Jones. They said as difficult as it was to deal with the broken heart of losing those games, they said it wasn't our time then, But it's our time now, and they've come back from 7 points down, Jay, and have a 4-point lead with about 3:40 to go.
This is closing time. You've got to finish.
Anderson misses a 3 from the corner. Shivers the rebound, and Hoggard can build on a 4-point lead.
Imagine they're going to use some clock here. Take their time.
Altman over to Jones. Shivers makes a cut, the bad pass, it's intercepted. And here's Young the other way, past 2 defenders, and gets the layup to go. Critical mistake, 2-point game, Hoggard on top. Nearing 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
It's all about protecting the basketball here on these big possessions here. And Shivers, like she's calling for the pick.
Chance lays it to Fitzgerald. She draws Hobbs out on her. Altman. Now Jones. And the ball pried away. Knocked out by Stone. Stays with Hoggard with 2:41 to go.
Welcome back, number 5, London Campbell.
London Campbell returns for the Mavericks, replacing Stone. 39-37, Vikings by 2. Altman. Now Chance. Very slow. Better offensive set here. The hand is Shivers, and it's off as Shivers goes out of bounds. Campbell, who just came in the game, forces the turnover on the sideline.
I was thinking Hoggard may call a timeout there as the defensive pressure was coming through. Just trying to tightrope on that sideline. Now Mallard Creek an opportunity to go up by 1 with a 3 or tie it with a 2.
Here's Anderson. Campbell plays it through McGuire. Hobbs now comes to the point, takes the pass out of her range. Under 2 minutes for regulation. Mallard Creek ball down 2. Anderson gonna try and break down the defender. Tough runner in the lane, off the rim, and the rebound lands out of bounds, and the Vikings could not corral it. Stays with the Mavericks.
Every loose ball. So important. It bounces in favor here for the Mavs.
Baseline out of bounds. Anderson. That was a dangerous pass. Swatted out by Chance. 1:46 left. Both teams 3 timeouts. Arrow belongs to Mallard Creek. Unguarded is Campbell. Trouble getting it in. Hobbs grabs it in the corner. And out front they come to Anderson. Anderson spins, lost control. Shivers the steal. It's a 2-on-1 if they want it. Shivers attacks, contact, and no foul. And it is out of bounds to Hoggard. Well, the official on the baseline was ready to blow the whistle, and then she kind of shook herself off, saying, I'm expecting contact, but I didn't see it, so I'm not calling it. And that's a lot of ball right there. I think that's the right call. Timeout on the floor with 1:32 remaining fourth quarter. And Bubakar is really upset with that non-call.
Yeah, he wanted that one and thought he had it. And Shivers' reaction thought she was going to the free throw line. But now it's about regrouping, setting things up. Both teams have plenty of timeouts here, but over for Mallard Creek, you're trying to find a way. You were up in this ball game. Now you're down by 2. You've got a scrap here on the defensive end.
Minute 32 left. So there's a look at the head coach for Hoggard. Bubakar Al. A 10-year pro career in Central and South America after his career for the Georgetown Hoya is wrapped up. Born in Senegal, moved to the U.S. in the early 90s. And now he is trying to will this Hoggard Viking women's side to a championship. And I know it's nowhere in the front of his mind, but after the men crestfallen on that loss about an hour and a half ago, I think he probably feels like he has to get this done for the Wilmington community and Hoggard High School. And here they are, much like the men were, leading inside the final 2 minutes of regulation. Then the women nailed it down. And we get a whistle, and another timeout has been taken.
He saw the clock winding down there on the 5 seconds. And good job there. When you've got 2, go ahead and use one. Don't leave it to chance.
So the huddle for the Vikings. There's a look at the Mavericks. Carlin Dixon, she's done a nice job getting her team to kind of get the heads back on after they gave up that 7-point lead and fell behind. Hobbs with 14 points to lead the squad. Anderson has 9.
You're on this out of bounds play. You've got to make strong picks, hard cuts, and come to the ball, because the defense is going to be there. They're going to be hustling, selling out to try to get a turnover, jump in the passing lane.
Hogger now has only 1 timeout left. Mallard Creek has 3. And there's the Mallard Creek in the 4th quarter, 1 of 9 from the floor, but only down by 2. They were up by 4 when this 4th quarter began. But Mallard Creek has scored only 3 points so far in the 4th quarter. Vikings will trigger on the baseline. Into the corner it comes, Chance. Altman out top against McGuire. Here's Shivers being held, not called. Down the lane, and she got fouled. It's on the floor, and that is the 4th team foul on Mallard Creek. And this one goes against Campbell.
I like Shivers recognizing she had an opportunity to take it all the way, being aggressive, not being passive out on the perimeter.
And in it comes Avery Fitzgerald in the hands of Altman. 1:20 for regulation. Hoggard ball up 2. Fitzgerald against Hobbs, and a reach in by Camry Hobbs.
Mavericks foul, charge to 35, Camry Hobbs.
Second on Hobbs. And the 5th team foul on Mallard Creek, so a 2-shot foul now for Fitzgerald. So Fitzgerald, massive free throws. All she's done today is make 3-pointers. And leaves the first free throw short. One more from the See-Through Construction free throw line. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. 1 of 2 for Fitzgerald. 3-point game, 40-37. 1:10 left in the championship. Mallard Creek only 2 of 11 from distance in the game. Campbell plays to Anderson as we go below 1 minute. Here's McGuire for the tie! Cindy McGuire, her second 3 of the half. Tie game, 45 seconds left. Now what will Babakar Aou do? He only has 1 timeout. Are they going to play this down? Shivers attacks, whistle, blocking foul. And to the line goes Shivers.
What a big shot from McGuire on the other side. And then Shivers, the tie ball game, just taking over. And she saw an opportunity. She took it. Coming back here with McGuire. Anderson finds Repentine. 1 dribble. Good look from the outside, and under pressure, she drains it.
And Jay, by the way, that foul was on Kiara Anderson. She has fouled out of the game, her final high school contest. So the great career for Anderson is over, but the outcome unsettled. Shivers in and out. And it was missed free throws down the stretch from McGrath in the men's game in the final minute that gave West Charlotte the opportunity to win it. And Shivers misses the first, and we get a timeout. Now it's Mallard Creek freezing Shivers, just like West Charlotte did with McGrath. And the men's team for the Hoggard Vikings, I mean, they are right behind the backboard in the end zone where Shivers is going to be shooting his free throw. 40-40, 34 seconds left.
Right now for Hoggard, your mindset is knocking down this free throw. They're playing great defense, and there's a Hoggard boys team played so well.
What a year they had, goodness gracious.
And for the Mavs, Got a box out here on the free throw. Then regardless of the make or the miss, I'm going through Hobbs. I'm trying to set something up with her on the low block and give her a touch.
All right, Shivers right back to the foul line, 3 of 5 tonight. The Hoggard senior tries to put the Vikings back on top. Leaves it short. She missed a pair. Rebound Mavericks. Will they hold for the final shot?
They are. They're pulling it back out.
The bench is standing for Mallard Creek, and yeah, Carolyn Dixon, the head coach, is saying we're taking one shot, but they have 2 timeouts left if they want to take it down and call a TO.
They're going to let them play through.
10 seconds to go. McGuire in a tie game for the state title. Steps back. Hobbs with 7. On the deck with 5. Locates the sideline. Stone up top. It comes McGuire for the title. Missed it. And we're heading to overtime. And the Vikings get the stop in desperate fashion. And it is 40-all at the end of regulation. And I tell you what, Jay, not second guessing, but when you have 25, 30 seconds left, there wasn't a lot happening on that last offensive set. I'm a little surprised that Dixon did not call a timeout to set up a play with maybe 10 or 11 seconds left.
Yeah, and the thought there is sometimes you play through with the defense not having an opportunity to set a game plan to get a stop. Then on the other end, if you call the timeout, you can set things up perfectly to try to execute the shot that you want. There, it doesn't work out, but for Hoggard, you have the lead, and then all of a sudden you don't. You got to hold on to get into overtime, and now it's about fresh start, regroup. It's a whole new ball game, and getting back out there to try to win the game.
I mean, there's a lot of regrouping going on. Mallard Creek had a lead. Hoggard came back, took a lead by 7. They gave it back. A couple of missed free throws down the stretch for the Hoggard Vikings. Matter of fact, 3 critical missed free throws. But then Mallard Creek didn't get a high percentage look on that last possession. And so perhaps our destiny was to play 4 more extra minutes. That is what they put on the clock. And Jay, with Kiara Anderson fouling out with 34 seconds left, what does her departure now mean for how this Mallard Creek offense and defense looks in overtime without her?
Well, I'll tell you what, she's your top offensive player. She is your senior leader, one of many on this team. And without her, you have to go to your next best option in this game. They're going to miss her, but you know, I've said throughout the ball game, go to Hobbs. And she's got 14 points. She's been very effective. She's got to take over.
Deflected out. Hoggard basketball. Overtime underway for the 8A Women's North Carolina Basketball Championship. Altman will trigger it in. Shivers, a little hesitation. Bounce to the corner. Open up front, Jones. Missed the 3. Offensive rebound. Shivers is there. And a foul on Mallard Creek. And that's going to be the second on Jasmine Stone.
Babs not boxing out to get the board. And Shivers, after that drive, dishing it off. She got in position to regain possession and get the foul.
So shooting fouls the rest of the way for Hoggard. Meanwhile, the Vikings defense, they got a couple of fouls to give here, which could come into play in overtime. The lead returns to Hoggard. Shivers has 12 points, 4 assists, 4 of 7 from the line. One more coming. Lead is 2 in OT for the Vikings. 42-40 Hoggard. McGuire, a couple of big threes for the Mavericks in the second half. She's going to run the offense now. Stone, back to McGuire. Hobbs against Shivers. Shivers digs at it, knocks it loose, and a tie up. Arrow keeps it with Mallard Creek.
Jump ball. Possession arrow is with Mallard Creek.
Now, how's the stamina holding up for all these players?
That's
right?
a great point.
They played a lot of games the postseason, not a lot of days in between, and now 4 extra minutes.
Not a lot of substitutions in this game either.
Nope. Now off the ball, foul going on Hoggard. It's going to be AK Chance right there. She got connected with Hobbs. And that's her fourth. Third foul in the fourth quarter plus for the Vikings. So a throw in for the Mavs. They bounce it in. Young facing up. Got it to Stone on the run. Stone gets the roll. Tied at 42.
Nice cut to the hoop.
Shivers, bump it off of Campbell. Driving, Shivers leads the layup short, and the Mavericks Young with the rebound. Young down the floor, finding Stone, open for three, no. Rebound though to Mallard Creek.
They just hustled for that board, wanted it, getting in position. Now they can bring it out, reset.
2:40 to go. Allman went for the steal and missed. And back in the hands of McGuire. Skip to the corner. Hobbs across the lane, got stripped, lost the ball, and here come the Vikings. They don't have numbers, but look, weaving through some traffic. Shivers. And Boubacar out, yelling out for the play call here. Screen to the right for Shivers with 2:15 to play. Overtime for the 8A championship. Deflected pass. Young tries to pick up, and she was held, and you could almost make a case for that to be an intentional foul. That was going to be a steal in the backcourt and a gimme layup, but it is a common holding foul here. Let's take a look.
And they're extending pressure. Good job there, getting in to knock the ball loose from Young.
42-42. Almost halfway through overtime. Campbell plays it to McGuire. In the corner, they're daring Hobbs to shoot. She will, and she buries it. Camry Hobbs, who's been a wrecking ball on the inside tonight, knocks down a three from the corner in overtime. Foul at the other end.
They were daring her to shoot it. That was beautiful look there from Hobbs. Her feet set, knocks it in. But a quick response from Shivers coming back.
Oh, and another missed free throw by Shivers. She's missed 3 in the last few moments. 45-42, Mallard Creek. Shivers makes 1 and 2. 1 minute, 40 seconds left. Mallard Creek 45, Hoggard 43. Breaking the presser, but then losing the handle. McGuire, takeaway by Hoggard. A 2 for the tie, a 3 for the overtime lead. Shivers will take the screen to their right and get fouled as Campbell is trying to fight through. Now both teams are now in the bonus, the double bonus for Hoggard. Stops the clock with 1:20. So Shivers 6 out of 10 from the line today. Shoots 2 and got the 4-2 in his roll. 45-44. These haven't been the most convincing of free throws for Shivers. That one is, and we're all square. 45-45. Mallard Creek basketball, a nail biter for the Class 8A title. Minute 10 to go, Mallard Creek basketball. Here's Hobbs. Now you have to honor her from the outside, so Chance comes out on her. One dribble and gives it up to London Campbell. Inside a minute for OT. 45 all.
And they may try to hold here, Patrick.
They held for the final about 35 seconds in regulation. Didn't win it. They're trying to hold the final 110. And Hobbs sees the defender Shivers close on her a bit. And now we get a timeout taken by Mallard Creek. All right, 37 seconds left. Mallard Creek still has 2 timeouts to burn. Walk us
Yeah.
into what you think Coach Dixon is calling here, Jay.
Well, I think right now she's bringing her team over with the Hoggard Vikings. This is pressure moments. And for the Mavs, you're telling your team right now, hey, we've got 2 timeouts. If you get in trouble, we can stop the clock. But I think the big thing is, we've talked throughout this about executing here, making strong cuts. They're going to try to waste time here to take the final shot. They're not going to look to shoot this quick. So I expect movement on the perimeter, maybe back cuts to try to spring something. But they want to set this up for Hobbs, your best offensive player. She had a big 3-point shot, whether it's on the outside or in the low or high post. Give her a look, but I would narrow this down to about 15 seconds. Then you're going to look to attack. Now on Hoggard's side,
how are you defending this? Are you going to play back?
No,
or are you gonna
I
press?
am going to pressure because you're going to force them to make difficult decisions, and you're hoping for a turnover. You don't want to sit back because then you're just going to give them the final shot. So you want to see if they can handle the pressure without turning the ball over.
And Boubacar will release his team to the floor. 37 seconds left in overtime. Mallard Creek basketball in a 45-all tie with Hoggard. It's going to be a first ever state title for one of these teams. The clock is ticking down. We're at 30 seconds. They are pressuring the ball. Working on McGuire. Tough pass into the hands of Stone. Right back to McGuire. Throws down. Wide open is Young. The lead to the Mavericks. 20 seconds left. 47-45. Hoggard basketball. Shivers contact. Throws it up. No, off glass. Rebound Mallard Creek. And Young dribbling away. Clock down to 7 seconds. And a foul at midcourt taken by Hoggard.
They were showing a zone defense with pressure up front, and somehow Young was just hiding. There, look, her arms go up. Excellent pass from McGuire to find her. Quick turnaround and knocks it in, and now the momentum is with Mallard Creek.
Jay, that had to have been the longest moment for Young, because not only was she raising her hands on the return pass to point, her hands were up 2 passes before that, still unguarded. I don't know how long they're going to know I'm not back here, but get me the ball.
It was interesting because she was trying to let her teammates know she was open, but she was hiding from Hoggard. She didn't want them to notice. She stayed patient there, their arms up, making connection, the eye contact with her teammate. McGuire found her. Beautiful pass.
7.5 left in overtime. So Mallard Creek will be at the free throw line for 2. If you make them both, you are in the driver's seat. If you miss a pair, Hoggard's going to have a great shot. If you split, Hoggard will still have an attempt. It'll be the junior, Sydney McGuire, at the free throw line for the Mavericks. She's walking all the way back out to midcourt to get herself in the right headspace. There's a 2-shot foul. McGuire hit 2 seismic 3-pointers in the second half. 3-point game. And did she look 100% locked and loaded? This could be the one. And this could settle it all. The junior, Sydney McGuire, makes it a 4-point game. Timeout, Mallard Creek. And McGuire has hit some of the biggest shots in this championship for Mallard Creek. The lead is 4. And now Hoggard needs to go the length of the floor, get a quick 2 even, take a foul, and hope for a miss. Everything has to go pitch perfect for Hoggard.
Yeah, and Mallard Creek 9 for 11 from the free throw line. Hoggard getting there 20 times and only knocking in 13. And there's some separation there. And those are 2 big ones. These late game moments, Mallard Creek making a couple plays, and now the message for Hoggard is, hey, we've got to go quick. We need a 3. Being down 4, you're going to have to make a couple plays. And over on the other side, the Mavs just make it difficult, but no fouls. Apply pressure, but do not risk it at all with fouling.
All right, the clock is Mallard Creek's biggest ally. The Mavs will not defend the inbounder. And it's going to be Caroline. They get it in. It's in Shiver's hands. The clock ticks with 5. Crosses half court with 4. Moves, makes a pass. They're not going to get a shot off. It's over. And Mallard Creek, for the first time in their school's history, is the state basketball champs of Class 8A. A 49-45 overtime win over the Hoggard Vikings. And a classic women's basketball big school grinder. Defenses were the calling card for both teams today. Neither team shot higher than 38%. It goes overtime, and Mallard Creek, a 4-point win to celebrate their first state title. They were in the regional finals the last 2 years, got knocked out. It was their time in 2026. And Mallard Creek, the 8A state champions. Overtime final, Mallard Creek, a state champion in women's basketball for the first time. They'd lost 6 regional finals. They finally got there and broke through tonight. Jay Sohnhalter is with the winning head coach, Carlin Dixon.
Well, Coach, this was a game of runs. Your team had an early lead. Then as the game's closing out, you had to scrape and claw your way to get it into overtime. What was your message to your team just to get it into overtime?
Yeah, I mean, we just tell them, like, the game isn't over. You know, we had plenty of time. I think they had a 4-point lead at that time, you know, and we're like, don't hang your head. You know, you got to keep fighting, got to keep playing. And we honestly, we've been in these positions all year long, just playing tough teams, game in and game out. So, you know, we really prepare for the moment all year.
Some of those close situations, your team looks so comfortable. There's so many big shots, good defensive plays. What was your message to your team when they had to come up with a spark?
Yeah, so really, we talked about on the offensive end, just staying patient, you know what I mean? Not rushing, making sure that we took great shots, not good shots, but great shots. And then defensively, you know, we played man most of the game, so knowing that those back screens were coming, you know, we talked about kind of trying to get in the passing lanes a little bit and jump the passes so that we could get out and try and get some fast break layups, and they did that at the right time.
And I know this game means so much to you, your team, this whole community that's come here to support you. How does it feel to be a state championship game, win it, and bring this back to Mallard Creek?
Man, it feels amazing. This is long overdue for this program. We talked about it. Mallard Creek girls basketball is very rich in its history. So many players and coaches, Coach CJ and Coach Sarge, you know, definitely want to honor Coach CJ who passed in 2024. This was one of his dreams, and you know, we're just glad to have gotten it done, and for his grandson to have gotten it done right before us. Like it just means so much. You know, it's long overdue.
Congratulations, you're a state champion, and this was an outstanding game.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot, Jay. Thank you, Carlin Dixon. Long overdue, as she said. They've been knocking on the door of a state championship appearance, and they finally get here, and it is their time. All right, let's get to our play of the game tonight from this 8A championship. Brought to you by Akeem Anastapolu Law Firm. Injured? Don't scream. Call Akeem. Dial 800 all sevens. And here it is, the game winner, the pass to Baeja Young, waiting in covert style behind the defense. Finally got the pass her way. And there she is, the game-winning bucket for the Mavericks as they defeat Hoggard by a final score of 49-45 in overtime. Now time now for the Riddle and Riddle player of the game. Sponsored by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers. When justice counts. And Jay Camry Hobbs, tremendous for the Mavericks tonight. She's our player of the game.
She was amazing on offense, her outside shooting, her defensive pressure, everything that she brought. She was just a consistent force. There wasn't an answer for her production. And that big three-pointer she had at the end of the ball game is what really changed the outlook of this game for her team.
There's her number, 17 points, 8 rebounds. And as we wrap things up on day one, I mean, the emotions are real, the cuts are deep. As I look to the Hoggard Vikings, who have already taken their medals, their runner-up trophy, tears are flowing all the way down the line for the runner-ups from Hoggard. And meanwhile, smiles you cannot wipe off the faces for months. For the Mallard Creek Mavericks, this means everything to all these players, so much dedication and devotion. And just a 4-point loss in overtime for Hoggard, and the Mavericks etched some school history.
Just sitting here and watching both teams, for the team that comes up short, your heart just breaks for them because you know all the work that they put into it, how much it means. Then you look over on the other side, and Mallard Creek is happy as can be, all the joy, the excitement of reaching their goal and doing it together as a team. So part of you feels for one side, then the other side, you're so happy that they can have this moment and share it together and cap off their season the way Mallard Creek did.
Yeah, and there's so much finality for a lot of these players. For Hoggard, Shivers, Fitzgerald, Chance, Guthman, all seniors. Many may have played their last competitive game, although we know that Shivers is heading to Bellarmine. For Mallard Creek, you have Eastonley, Young, Stone, Anderson, and Hobbs. They're all seniors, so they played their last high school team as a unit. And for these squads, especially for Hoggard, regional final loss 2 years ago, regional final last year. They finally get the state championship, have the win maybe near the palm of their hands, and it slips away in the final couple moments in overtime. They have lived a lifetime together of adversity and trials over their last 4 years at Hoggard High School. But the Mallard Creek Mavericks, first ever appearance in a title game, and they get it done. 24-6 overall. And for Carlin Dixon, she mentioned about what this means for the members of the Mallard Creek community who have since passed, and what it means now for the program that they've been oh so close for so many years. And even for Coach Dixon, with the program, left for a few years, came back. Unfinished business has now been taken care of.
And you could just tell the emotion from that interview with her, what it means. And we were talking there during the commercial break just how fast this all happens. And, just then 5-10 minutes, you're a state champion, and it goes by so quick. She'll have an opportunity to watch this film, reflect, and go back and really take this all in. But they are just riding a high right now on what they were able to accomplish, and the way they did it, being behind, having to find a way to come back, extend the game, and then they close it out in overtime.
Yeah, and she mentioned what effort it took from the coaching staff through all the players to keep their heads up and locked in the game when they fell behind in the latter stages of the fourth quarter. We noticed it here too. It was not easy to do, to convert those sunken shoulders and the dropped heads into a position of we can fight back and win this championship, which they did. Most outstanding player for the Vikings on the runner-up side, Tristan Shivers. Shivers 16 points, 4 of 16 shooting, but 8 of 12 from the foul line, and still overcome by the enormity of the emotions, falling just a 4-point short. And now for Mallard Creek, the most outstanding performance, and that is Maisha Young, the game-winning bucket on a terrific pass from the outside. She tried to stay stealth as long as she could behind the defense because there's a state championship waiting on that pass. It finally got to her fingertips. And now awaiting the MVP of the championship. And it is going to be Camry Hobbs, the senior who played brilliantly.
Mallard Creek, it is number 35, Camry Hobbs.
She knew it was coming. And a lifetime moment for Hobbs and the entirety of the Mallard Creek Mavericks. 7th time is a charm. They got through the regional finals finally, and they win their first state championship tonight. Let's get to our final stats, brought to you by the Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Relief without surgery or opioids.
Mallard Creek down at the bottom, 30 rebounds. That was their extra effort in this game that allowed them to win it, and then knocking down their free throws. And over on the other side, Hoggard played so well, looked like they were going to win this ball game, but Mallard Creek just kept chipping away, staying in it, and then they made a couple plays to outlast and get the state championship victory.
And now the Ready to Roll Garage Doors points in the paint, brought to you by Ready to Roll. Call Raleigh's garage door experts today. 20-12 advantage for Middle Creek. Well, Jay, that wraps up day one. The entire crew is 25% through the 16 championship games. We are back for the women's and men's championships on Saturday night at 5 o'clock and 7:30 in the 7A contest. So get some rest. We'll see you then. All right, all of us like to take a minute to thank the great sponsor partners of ours, Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts Heating and Cooling, Tatum & Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, the Akeem Manastapolo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills, and Ingalls Markets. All these sponsor partners, through their contributions to the program, make these championship games possible for all of our viewers around the state and around the world. Next up tomorrow, noon, the 2A men will kick it off. Queens Grant, Warren County. Check your local stations for availability. Final score in overtime, Mallard Creek 49, Hoggard 45, their first state title. For Jay and the entire crew, Patrick Keenan saying so long from Winston-Salem.